first of all, welcome to those of you who are lucky to be seated in this room. I think that we were not anticipating the success of this conference, and I understand that we have many people who couldn't have access to here, but we have, I think, 2 other rooms where people can view us and hear us, and we put this eventually in the last days. We've decided to put this online live as well. So welcome to the Foundational Technologies Governance Summit. For us, it's today it's about a journey. It's a journey into innovation. It's a journey into policy and global coordination on the fields of foundational technologies. As the pace of technological advancement accelerates, our ability to navigate this rapidly evolving landscape becomes ever more crucial. And today, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history where foundational technologies such as generative AI, virtual worlds, and cloud computing are reshaping industries and societies at an unprecedented rate. It's a time when policymakers all over the world are grappling with the urgent need for agile and coordinated responses to ensure that our regulatory frameworks, both at EU and on a global level, remain effective, adaptable, and fit for purpose, while not necessarily not putting up unnecessary hurdles to innovation. And the policy landscape before us is vast, from the EU's groundbreaking AI Act, the European Commission strategy on virtual worlds, and the EU's upcoming Cloud Rulebook, to the ongoing G7 Hiroshima process and the UN Global Digital Compact. The array of initiatives ongoing right now underscores the pressing need for collaboration and foresight in policymaking. And this afternoon at our summit, we're bringing together industry leaders, civil society representatives, and leading policymakers, regulators, and enforcers to engage in critical discussions that will shape the future of governance in this dynamic space. And through the lens of 3 reports which were produced in the last 12 months by our academics on generative AI, cloud computing, and virtual worlds, we will delve into what I would say the complexities of regulatory gaps, overlaps, and implementation questions. As we convene today, distinguished keynote speakers and panelists will tackle questions such as: is our current legislation equipped to grapple with the transformative power of foundational technologies? Are we fostering sufficient global coordination to address the challenges and opportunities they present? What enabling environments must we cultivate to support the development of virtual worlds? And what trade-offs must Europe navigate in the realm of cloud computing amidst concerns of competition and sovereignty? So today we invite you to join us in this critical dialogue, to listen to the speakers' insights, perspectives, and expertise, and ask your questions during the Q&A sessions of each panel. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all participants, both here in person and virtually, for your commitment to this important endeavor. But first, let me introduce our first keynote speaker, Mathieu Michel, Belgian State Secretary for Digitalisation, Privacy Protection, and Administrative Simplification. Minister Michel is in charge of nothing less than advancing Belgium's digitalization. His most recent achievements are the acceleration of e-invoicing deployment, a proposal to create common EU signage to combat fake online profiles, and the implementation of the so-called Just Act application, which will allow a Belgian company or non-profit organization via the digital portal of the Belgian Justice Ministry. And this aims at making the life of entrepreneurs and think tank administrators easier and decrease the administrative burden linked to the creation and management of an organization in Belgium. Mathieu Michel has accepted to share with us today his thoughts on the upcoming policy priorities on digital policy in the EU. We're even more grateful to him that we know that he's also chairing the Telecom Council of the European Council. And so, Minister, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. And the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Dear hosts, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the busy afternoon ahead of you, I believe that in a few hours you will have managed to capture some of the key challenges which we face as member states of the European Union and as European Union on a global stage. Your conference comes at a critical juncture, at a time when European elections are on the horizon. In fact, 2024 will go down in history books as a cornerstone moment of democracy. As much as 60 countries representing 4 billion people, half of the world's population, will go to the polls this year. In political terms, that is a seismic shift. As we are approaching the end of the current European legislature, let me take a step back and reflect upon the state of play of the European digital decade, because that is exactly what we have initiated with our Belgian presidency of the EU. We have launched a reflection on the achievements of the past 5 years and on the opportunities and challenges of the next 5 years. So much has been done. It is safe to say that in recent years, we have been confronted with an avalanche of tech regulation, more than 50 instruments amounting in a vast digital and cyber rulebook. This reflects the strength of the European Union. We have accelerated at a great speed under the leadership of the European Commission to adapt to a rapidly changing world. New technologies with an enormous impact on businesses, consumers, and citizens are the new reality. Our European response has been to regulate based on our own unique approach, our European values: trust, responsibility, transparency, and accountability. And in doing so, we are proving that we are able to take a leading role in setting international standards. Many of you are aware that these discussions have not always been easy. Preserving privacy while fighting online sexual abuse of children, preserving the right to information while countering fake news, deepfakes, and disinformation, regulating AI while stimulating our economic competitivity. These are delicate balancing acts, but it is where Europe can take a stand and lead the way. There is, however, a flip side to that kind of regulation. Some speak of the Brussels effect. Others view Brussels as the Silicon Valley of regulation. It would be unfair to say that Europe only regulates. The billion-euro investments in the European semiconductor supply chain prove otherwise. But there is growing concern that the massive set of digital regulation which governments and businesses will have to digest in the coming years may hinder innovation, whether to unleash it. Ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced that digital technology is today, and will increasingly be so tomorrow, a major contributor to many of the challenges we face on a global scale. But I see two key components that we must master if we want to unleash the full potential of digital technology. First of all, we can only succeed insofar as we build trust. I started my mandate in the Belgian government by declaring that the digital transformation of our society, in the benefit of the society, can only fully succeed if there is trust in the digital services and tools which governments implement and which businesses put on the market. In our digital era, innovation acts as the catalyst for our collective progress. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and blockchain redefine the boundaries of what's possible. These advances offer innovative solutions to the complex challenges we face as a society. However, innovation must be guided by strong ethical principles and a long-term vision to ensure that it benefits the entire society. We owe it to our citizens to let them navigate through the fast-evolving technological world and discover its benefits. They are far more impressive than what we might have imagined 5 or 10 years ago. But as a policymaker, I need to ensure that our citizens are on board with the technological evolution. This means raising awareness about the risks and advantages of new emerging technologies and their application in daily life. It also means developing tools to help bridge the digital divide and foster digital inclusion. And it means creating a safe digital environment whereby we can ensure that every citizen can actively participate in the digital society with confidence. Secondly, the core message that I bring during the Belgian EU presidency is that the time has come to look beyond regulation and to work on the governance of implementing. The direction in which we should be heading is one of convergence. We will need a comprehensive approach of implementation across all of the new regulations. We will have a series of EU boards and national competent authorities, all competent for their regulation, and so we need to overcome the risk of silo implementation. This is why in Belgium, I'm working on the establishment of an independent digital regulator which can work across the board on digital matters. This is why I believe we have to rethink the existing internal institutional configuration at the EU level to have dedicated structure dealing with digital matters. When it comes to governance, we should also look beyond our European institutions and frontiers. Take the example of AI. Not only in Europe, but throughout the world, the governance of AI is being discussed. Initiatives such as the Hiroshima process, initiated by the G7, or the work of the OECD on the definition of AI demonstrate the need for convergence to allow us to come to a global understanding and application of technology that is rapidly evolving. That's why, since the beginning of my mandate, I've been pleading at European, but also at global level, for the establishment of an AI governance structure, an institution which can accompany citizens, businesses, and governments in dealing with the application of AI systems and algorithms. This week, the AI Office has come into existence. I applaud the speed at which the European Commission has acted and the ambition it's showing in dealing with the implementation of the soon-to-be adopted AI Act. The AI Office, however, may not develop and function as a silo, but should rather build upon and reinforce existing governance structures, both within the EU, but also at a global level. All things considered, we need the AI Office to have two main overarching objectives: to create trust with citizens in the use of AI systems, and to accompany our businesses in the implementation of the regulation. I won't be longer. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we live in times of unprecedented, rapid technological development on a global scale. Every day I'm in admiration of the capacity of human intelligence to make real today what we thought was impossible yesterday. Rather than creating a Silicon Valley of regulation, we believe in creating the Brussels effect. International standards of the highest level. But to unleash the power of human intelligence, we need to balance our standards and values with an innovation-friendly environment. We have done the regulation part. Now we need to get the implementation right. Businesses need it. Citizens deserve it. Public institutions should provide it. If we can get this right, I'm sure the best days of our digital world are yet to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think you made very, very strong points, and it's clear that your emphasis on implementation, now it's time for implementation, is something which sounds music to our ears here at CERRE.
To my ears as well.
And clearly, so we are on the same wavelength, which is good for the chair of the Telecoms Council. But clearly, this is something that we are very much focused on, and that's why we are organizing our work on implementing the acts, implementing us in the same way as we've done with the DMA. We're doing the same now, creating a DSA implementation forum, which will start, and the same, hopefully, for the AI Act implementation forum, because there's clearly a need for making sure that all the various players and regulators are aligned on how to implement the rules. It's great to pass the law. It's even better to implement it and enforce it in the right way. So thank you very much for having said that. Thank you. Perhaps just before I move to the next laureate, Marina, perhaps there's still a few seats here. So if my colleagues, Gautam and Marina, there are still 1, 2, 3 seats here. There's one there and one there. So there are 5 or 6 seats. Perhaps if people can take their coats off the seats and leave it outside. And again, there are viewing rooms. So there's still two seats here and one there. So there's still 3 rooms. Can I also ask you perhaps not to move forward when a keynote speaker is speaking, because this might be disturbing. I'd like now to welcome the next speaker, and she's Lucilla Sioli. Lucilla Sioli is the Director for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Industry in DG CNECT at the European Commission. She's responsible for the coordination of the European digitization of industry strategy and for policy development in the area of artificial intelligence, but also, you mentioned it yesterday, semiconductors. A director also a directorate also supports R&D and innovation in key digital industrial technologies, including microelectronics, photonics, robotics, and AI. And Lucilla has recently been a key player in the preparation, the development, the discussion on the AI Act, and on the discussions on the governance, AI governance within the G7 plus Hiroshima process and other international fora. So we're very happy and very grateful to you, Lucilla, for having accepted to talk to us this afternoon. I understand that your topic is AI governance in Europe and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction and for inviting me today here. CERRE Center for Regulation, but before I go into the governance, maybe some elements of the AI Act, and following on the previous talk by the State Secretary, I would like also to recall that the European Union has just published an innovation package in artificial intelligence. So the AI Act comes with an innovation package where we are supporting with about 4 billion euros until the end of the financial framework, so until 2027, a number of initiatives in support of strengthening the resources available to the European developers of generative AI models, as well as to those companies and organizations that will integrate these models into new applications. Because, as it was said before, artificial intelligence is really important for our competitiveness, and we do need to strengthen competitiveness at this point in time in our economies. So we regulate because we need to enhance trust in the technology. The technology will be used only if it is trusted. And of course, we also want to make sure that the fundamental rights of our citizens are respected. And we also want to harmonize the rules in the single market, because if there was no AI Act, we would have probably a number of different regulations in different member states, and a fragmented market is never very appealing or favorable for our companies investing in technology. So the Artificial Intelligence Act, it has been politically agreed before Christmas. There has been an agreement of the member states, a first vote in the plenary of the European Parliament, in the committee of the European Parliament. The Parliament will vote in plenary in April. So we are near, I hope, to the fact that the Act will enter in force. And what the Act does, as you know, I mean, if I had slides, I would have a pyramid on the slide. And I would say, well, on top of this pyramid, we are actually looking at a risk brought about by technologies that don't want to use in the European Union. And so we have a number of prohibitions for use cases, such as, for example, social scoring, but not only social scoring. I have to say that after the trilogue, we have made the list of prohibitions a little bit longer, in particular looking at also the use of artificial intelligence, in particular by law enforcement authorities in certain contexts that we consider to be particularly risky for the fundamental rights of our citizens, and therefore they have been prohibited. But then the core of the Act is about what we consider to be high-risk artificial intelligence systems. They can be there can be a variety of these systems. They can be embedded in machines. I think, for example, of a robot that operates in a hospital, or completely different, I think, of an application used for recruitment. So there is a variety. Our Act is horizontal. It's really trying to address all sectors. What we ask is that these systems are checked for compliance with the requirements of the AI Act before they are put on the market of the European Union or in service in the European Union. A sort of CE marking, basically. And what we will have to do in the future is to really work with our colleagues working on sectorial regulations, as well as with member states, to make sure, in the spirit of the simplification that was mentioned earlier, that all these regulations are really well, they are consistent, but we want to make sure that they work together for companies, meaning that, for example, the developer of the robot, which maybe falls under the Medical Device Directive, does not have to have 2 CE marking processes, but only one. So the deployer of this robot will have to check for compliance for the robot and for the AI system, and we aim at being able to do that in the same process and in the same organization. And these are aspects so that will be very important for the future of the regulation and, as was said earlier, in the spirit of the simplification of the rules in the European Union. Beyond that, we also have rules on transparency. Transparency, we mean labeling of deep fakes, we mean a chatbot that tells people, well, I'm a chatbot. This is extremely useful for maybe older people. But we also have introduced rules during the trilogue on watermarking of generated content. We know that the technology may not be mature enough, in particular when it comes to text, but we clearly refer to the use of state-of-the-art technology from this point of view. I think this is going to be very important because for those of you who followed, for example, the Munich Compact that was signed by some companies a week ago, clearly in this time of elections, this kind of transparency can play a very important role. So I think that the AI Act, and maybe through the AI Pact, which can anticipate some of the requirements of our Act, we should be able to also already start using some of these provisions for helping the use of the technology before elections. But obviously the core or the most interesting part for most of the audiences tends to be what is it that we did with the general purpose systems or generative AI. As you all know, the emergence of ChatGPT happened maybe in the last couple of years. It has completely revolutionized the market, and it has come in very strongly into the discussions between the Parliament, the Council, and the European Union. And here we have agreed to have a sort of light approach on all the foundation models, asking these foundation models to be transparent in terms of the information they will have to provide. This is extremely important because in the European Union and everywhere in the world, there will be a lot of companies using these models to develop downstream applications. And some of these applications may even be captured by the high-risk rules. So it will be important that the downstream developers have the knowledge of certain elements of the foundation model so that they can then take it into account for their downstream developments. And then for the most, let's say, powerful models, we have been looking in particular at the issue of systemic risk. So the risk that because these models are particularly powerful and they tend to power many, many different applications, a small hallucination, piece of disinformation, or any problem that may arise in the design and in the development of one of these models could perpetuate at scale. And so here we have taken a bit of a stronger approach, and we have decided to work with the industries that are able to develop these particularly capable models, but also with all the industries involved that are able to develop general purpose models, to design a code of conduct. And we actually have to do that in the next 1 year. So we have quite a limited amount of time in front of us to be able to do that. And so we will do a code of conduct where we will have to identify, to make a risk assessment, basically, which are the risks that may arise with these models, and then identify the mitigation measures. So this is going to happen relatively fast, as well as the prohibitions will already enter in force in 6 months' time. For the other rules, there is a bit more time, but already this is an indication of the fact that we already have to think of implementation. We already started. We already have, for example, requests for standardization that have been mandated last year. But now, yesterday, the AI office has entered in force, so now we can really start working on all the guidance that we have to offer, the various guidelines. The first one is going to be on the AI definition, for example, on the code of conduct, as I said, and we are going to set up the AI board. This is a board of member states very quickly, exactly because we want to work together on the designing processes for CE marking that are not, cumbersome for companies to follow. And as it was said earlier, we are also committing to make companies as aware as possible of the implementation of the Act. We are launching an AI Pact. You can find this online for companies who want to pledge to anticipate the requirements of the AI Act. I think it's a powerful tool, not only for the reputation of the companies, but also for us to have a sort of policy feedback, what is complicated to do, what is less complicated to do, and it will create, and it will also help companies to prepare for the entry in force and the applicability of the Act. Last but not least, a word on governance at the international level. So at the international level, it was said earlier, we are very engaged in the different streams. We have the G7 with the Hiroshima process, which is now under the Italian presidency, working on AI in the public sector. We have the Benchley Park stream, which is the UK organized as a safety approach to these general purpose models, which is leading many countries, including in a way the European Union, to set up testing institutes. And so we would like, for example, the AI office to also put in place such an institute, probably in the AI office itself, and maybe in the future we will be able to collaborate with other countries, because Japan is setting one up, United States is setting one up, UK is setting one up. So we are all thinking along similar lines, which is about our capabilities also to be able to evaluate these large models. And I think that will be very important. The AI Act probably will not be copied in other jurisdictions, but it will make people reflect a lot. So as we go ahead in international context, we also expect to see an increasing putting in place of rules in different countries. Canada, Brazil are already doing the same, very much along the lines of the AI Act, but there is a lot of interest, and I think that we will see a lot of movement in this area. But I can only agree with the State Secretary in saying that it would be good if there was an agency or coordination mechanism of the many streams that are in place at the international level at the moment. So thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope you can have a lot of useful discussions on the AI Act in the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if I'm on. Anyway, I suppose you hear me. Thank you very much, Lucilla, for this mise en perspective. I think it's a great background for us to start the first panel. I would like to call here Gianclaudio Malgieri from CERRE and University of Leiden, and co-director, Professor Malgieri is co-director of the Brussels Privacy Hub. I would like to call also Tobias Haar, Tobias, who's General Counsel Aleph Alpha, Dan Nechita, who's the Chief of Staff of the of Dragos Tudarache, the rapporteur of the co-rapporteur of the AI Act, Martin Hulin, Director. Martin, you're here, Director of Digitalisation and the Common Good Program in the Bertelsmann Stiftung. If you want to, please sit, everybody. Corinna Schulz. Corinna is Director EU Government Affairs at SAP. Gabriele Mazzini, Team Leader AI Act at DG Connect, European Commission, and you even have a mic there. And Emily Gillett, Director European AI Governance, the Future Society. Emily, there's a seat for you. And the panel is going to be moderated by Gautam Kamath, Senior Advisor at CERRE. Gentlemen, the floor is yours, and I think we will start with a presentation by Gianclaudio Malgieri. Gianclaudio.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bruno, for this introduction, and thank you to CERRE for this very timely and interesting reflection opportunity and research opportunity. We have some slides, so I think they will slowly arrive. Yes, so I'm here mostly to present a research that we conducted in the last month of last year. And under an international team, because so we started this AI work stream based on several steps. But the first step and the most urgent for us was about generative AI. I'm happy to mention that in our team of research we had scholars from other continents trying to represent also the global convergence challenge that is behind this whole work stream. So we had scholars from China, Brazil, India, and Europe. And it's part of a bigger project that will probably bridge towards what Bruno was mentioning as the AI Act Implementation Forum, hopefully. We decided to focus on generative AI, of course, as the first and most important use case. And this was extremely timely because the deliverable was published the 30th of November. And we proposed a model that was so similar and so in line with the final compromise 2 weeks after the trialogue of the AI Act. So I will not repeat how the AI Act would regulate generative AI, but I would like to just rapidly guide you into the reflections that were behind this paper. So maybe next slide, or maybe I can use this one. I try. Yeah. So we started from the risks. I think the final solutions where the institutions landed was a risk-based approach for generative AI. And I think here an anecdote would be useful. Like, of course, the problems are within society and are within the markets. And then technology is what? Technology is just a multiplier of risks or existing phenomena. So we saw this with big data. We are seeing this with AI. And generative AI is the last step of this big amplification. And then we could wonder whether the problem is just a problem in society or a problem in this multiplication. I think at a certain level, with generative AI especially, the multiplication of social phenomena is so big that the technology itself becomes the issue. So that's why we were proposing this approach. But first, we wanted to focus on the possible risks. So we here identify at least 3 risks, and we are not mentioning something that is also a lot under my attention and interest, for example, data protection, because it's behind, it's on the training data. Here we're mostly focusing on the impact, collective impact, generative AI would bring. So the first risk is, of course, social risk based on human agency. Generative AI as a chatbot or as an extension or expansion of creative image providers or creation of videos, etc., can have a very strong role in manipulating minds or driving towards certain specific solutions. The oligopoly at stake is also a part of the problem because, of course, very few generative AI providers are on the market, and so the dependence and their power in this on shaping human agency is even more important. Then, of course, this is indeed connected to the second level, the economic problem. We don't have generative AI that are based on startup for now. Of course, they started as startup, but they need huge capabilities and huge data computational powers. And so this is also creating a problem in terms of a market that didn't exist 1 year ago. So this new market is really creating the problem itself. And the DMA, for example, that was mentioned today, was written in an age where generative AI was still not on the table, at least not on the media table. Similarly, the DSA. And so the point here is the AI Act a solution that could also look at these risks? Maybe yes. The last point is maybe long-term, but also short-term, considering elections incoming in many countries and European Union election. The power that generative AI can have, the impact can have on democracy. I was mentioning yesterday at the CNECT that my students today don't look for information on Google. The most sophisticated one look for information on ChatGPT. And of course, this is an intrinsic methodological problem of education and of information. But what if we are looking about key information, which is not the oil of the market, but the oil of democracy also, just on generative AI, with not just hallucinations, but the problems we mentioned before. So we propose this risk-based approach that could take into account these principles. First of all, the rules should be proportionate to the risk. This is the mantra of the whole AI Act, so it's nothing new, but just something more specific applied to generative AI. Shared responsibility means, and this is very particular, because it means who are the actors and the stakeholders that should take into account these rules. Generative AI, in particular, the example of chatbot, was a bit a more revolution to the previous approach of the AI Act based on deployers and developers and deployers. Because here there is a B2C relationship from a chatbot that is also a provider. So here there was some, of course, intrinsic confusion that should be addressed. And of course, human-centric, so really looking at the final consumers, humans, etc. So this is a bit what the AI Act already does, but we just think it's quite nice to look at these layers of responsibility. So on the left, we have the special rules for generative AI. There are generative AI per se, normal ones, or generative AI with systemic risk based on European Commission evaluation or on some computational benchmarks. And why did we need these rules? Why the gray boxes were not enough? Well, the gray boxes were not enough because in some cases, generative AI are not high-risk AI per se. Or some applications, B2C applications, were just focusing, for example, on the deployers, while the design is so computational problematic that should be designed in a way that would facilitate the accountability. So, and this was, and so just to say that these things are additional. So there is generative AI rules based on ex-ante interpretation and governance, and more specific rules for AI in general. So I'm going to conclude with the two slides. One is about the global convergence approach. So we proposed, Gautam was a co-author of this work, we had this idea to propose an AI adequacy concept for global convergence on the topic. What is AI adequacy? Adequacy is an inspiration coming from data protection, where you have the adequacy of data protection rules in other countries, but also adequacy of AI itself. So I'm sure that we can address this topic for, more time later, but just to say that this adequacy is a form of specification of the trustworthiness that already the AI Act is trying to do. So we should push for accepted common principles for AI regulation, and we should make sure that trust is not just a bottom-up trust, but should be also based on trustworthiness and justified trust. So this is just next steps for the process, but I would now leave to this very dense and interesting panels, and I'm going to listen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gianclaudio, for that presentation. Is this clear? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So thank you, panelists. That was very quick, but very dense. So I will quickly move to the speakers to give your first reaction of this idea, to give your take on the report and some of our recommendations. And so before we dive into this question of the risk-based approach and global convergence, we are privileged to have on the panel Gabriele, who is one of the key architects of the AI Act itself, and Lucilla is here as well in the front row. So we would love to hear from you first of all. Can you tell us a bit more about the risk-based approach? How does that work in practice? And also, you know, in the future, how does this fit into the global picture? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You hear me? Does it work? Yeah. Thank you, Gautam, for the invitation, and happy to be here. Yeah, indeed, conceptually, as most of you probably know, the Commission certainly risk-based approach in the proposal was focused on applications that today we would call sort of narrow type of applications. So this concept about general purpose AI or generative AI somehow came up during the debate. Partly already before, I would say, ChatGPT. I think because the French presidency already introduced this concept of general purpose AI before ChatGPT. To refer indeed to, at the time, essentially two concepts. So on the one hand, tools like what today we would call foundation models, generative AI or LLMs, but also other tools like models that may have a narrow scope of application, but would apply in a plurality of use cases. Let's take, for instance, a object detection model or system. This would be a case where you're going to have also, in a way, a general purpose AI, because it's a narrow model, so that model will be able to do only certain type of things, but it can be used in different type of applications. So this concept, indeed, of general purpose AI was already emerging during the council debate before ChatGPT, and somehow, if you want, a bit going up the value chain. So, and this is, I think, the main change that happened from the Commission proposal to what is today actually the final text. So essentially, we moved from an application-focused type of regulation to a regulation that would also deal with upstream.
That's super interesting, because now I would love to hear from Dan Nichita, who's head of office for MEP Tudorake, who unfortunately couldn't be here. And we're very happy to have Dan, and he was involved in the negotiations and leading it on the parliament side. And just to hear from you as well, how did this change come about in the process? What were your main concerns? And also the second question, the follow-up question, which is how do you plan in the next 5 years to sort of put this on a global level, and how does a parliament envision their role in this as well? Thanks.
Can you all hear me? Yeah. Well, thank you first of all for the invitation. And it's a very good chronological presentation. I'll start at the point where the French presidency proposed some rules for general purpose AI, and we in Parliament were scrutinizing that text. And we realized exactly what Gabriele was saying now, that general purpose in general cannot be covered by a single set of rules, because you would cover very narrow models at the same time that you would cover very big and powerful models. So in Parliament, we kind of split them into two, and we covered the general purpose AI systems. It's a whole philosophy here. I'm not going to get into all of it. Most of you know it. Just in the value chain. And then we worked on what was the word of the day, I think, back then, foundation models. And we devised a set of rules to enter negotiations now that the file is pretty much closed, and Council has voted on it, and Parliament committees have voted on it. I can say that the rules initially that we put in our position were designed to prepare us for the negotiations with Council, and with the help, of course, from the Commission, to get to the very sensible and very reasonable set of rules that we have now in the regulation. I do want to claim some credit for Parliament, not just for this, but also for the fact that before ChatGPT, we had also worked on amendments identifying specific subspecies of generative AI that we have decided to put in the high-risk category. At the time, we named them AI authors. That was at the very, very beginning of the negotiation process in Parliament. Because we had, foreseen as a collective with the impact that, AI that will be able to generate very complex text, which happened within the year, could have specifically on democracy, but of course in other areas of society as well. I would say that even now, personally, here I'm not speaking for Parliament, I'm speaking in a semi-personal capacity, I have doubts if we manage to capture everything in a positive and in a negative sense, right? Like capture meaning to cover all the bases, to ensure that this technology develops, that we have enough room for innovation, but it's also safe. But I think that the solution was in what Lucilla was presenting earlier, that is the enforcement, the flexible enforcement that we have, that combination between some rules, preliminary rules for models, in particular the more powerful models, but then also a structure which hopefully will grow and will work, I'll get to that in a second, internationally as well, that has the leverage to work with industry and to co-create those rules in the future. I think that's the key element. One more point, I see you raising your mic, is that can only happen, like it was earlier mentioned and very well mentioned and identified, if we now start to anchor that structure in collaborations with the other ones that are emergent in the UK, in the US, Japan, and other areas.
No, that's wonderful that you mentioned that, and we ended on that note, because just to share a quick anecdote, when Professor Malgieri and I were releasing the report at the end of November, this was unfortunately or fortunately very close to the discussion of the trilogues, and we were trying to give recommendations to the international level, and it seemed like, of course, it wasn't exactly the right time in Brussels to do that, but then it turned out that what was in the report was the reasonable compromise that you're talking about. So in a way, we did our jobs at CERRE to think of the right approach. Just to sort of take a little bit more on that point and bring in Tobias from Aleph Alpha, whose company I don't think we had heard of until a few months ago or maybe a year ago, and now
same with me, by the way.
You're in the center of the action, and I understand you're half the legal team of, if I may say that. And so we would just be excited to hear about how you think about this. First of all, how do you think this will help your business? And also, how do you think this will give you a competitive edge when you take these models elsewhere?
Yeah, thanks, Gautam, and thanks for having me. As a lawyer, I love regulation, for sure. As a representative of Aleph Alpha, I'm a little sort of in between the two hearts that beat within my breast. So, serious. Risk-based approach in the first place, that's the right thing, right? So normally the default should be there is no regulation unless there is need for regulation. And we can have an endless discussion on whether we have to have a regulation on AI or not. Aleph Alpha was at the end supportive of the AI Act because we felt like, okay, there is need for regulation also in order to keep this level playing field, a term that I haven't counted it. Maybe I should ask AI on how many times this was repeatedly used in the recitals of the AI Act, especially in the last days of the genesis of this copyright protected work almost. We need it because rules is something that you either get indoctrinated or put on yourself by your customers. And as Aleph Alpha is only or mostly focusing on B2B and B2G, the first context I was making last year, when nobody really was talking about AI and the AI Act, there was a lot of uncertainty in our customers, especially in the B2B and in the B2G space. So this AI Act may help to provide a framework also to better and more easy and more efficiently arrive at a signature under a contract that provides the customer with our technology and us with some revenues. So this is the upside. The downside, I mean, for sure, is that there's a lot of uncertainty. There's so many undefined legal terms. We all know this, and we'll be ending up at the ECJ many times, as we did in the GDPR, in order to sort of obtain guidance from way above our heads in order on how to look at things versus the other way. Sorry?
Apologies. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question on exactly this point.
Please do.
If I may. This is obviously Corina, you're from SAP, which is a company we've all heard of and is a European company as well. And just wanted to build on the point that Tobias, exactly. Just wanted to build on the point that Tobias was making, which is obviously specific to generative AI, but also more generally applies to AI Act in general and your business and your customers as well. And the question really, and you were really alluding to this as well, the question really is, now that there's so much work to be done to sort of implement these different recitals and obligations, first question is how do you see that happening in the course of the EU AI Act implementation, and B, how will then this be at the international level taken up, and what do you see as the key priorities that should be taken up at the international level? Because clearly this is a global issue.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the invitation. Great questions. So how do we see this all coming together? First of all, I would like to take it one level higher of already, covering what we heard today about not only the AI Act, but also all the other different pieces of legislation that are out there. So for us, what is very important is not only that the AI Act will be now implemented in brackets and enforced in a very harmonized way across Europe. That is certainly important so that we don't see a lot of divergence there, but also that going forward we have a clear understanding on how the different already existing rules like the GDPR, but also the ones that came up in the tsunami of regulation we've seen under this commission, how they are all going to work together. This will be very important for business because we are on the receiving end of all of that and we have to make sense of it. We want to be compliant, and it's absolutely crucial that there is not too much overlap and certainly also not conflicting rules, right? So we are definitely looking to the next commission for providing that kind of guidance in that respect. And then obviously the AI office, we believe, and also the other bodies that are being created to cover governance, that they are, helping us, but also have an exchange with industry and all the other stakeholders. But we know this is foreseen, right, to really make sure that we can, apply this properly. And coming to the international level, I think when we see that, or looking at the landscape, first of all, we have currently, there is no one other geography which has gone down the same route, right, to come up with hard legislation. We have countries like, for example, Australia, which are clearly looking at their existing pieces of legislation, saying, so what do we have that is already covered? And what are the gaps? And other countries, I mean, Japan goes in a similar direction. So I think if we provide what I just said before, that we really make sense of the acquis that we have, and then integrate all the new provisions, I think we should be able to come to a global understanding, and then obviously standards and all of these developments. So I would, be cautiously optimistic that we might be able to get some high-level global convergence if we go down that route. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And that is a very important point, not just the interaction with the legislations, but also how does it fit in on the international level, what needs to be done. And I think one of the key sort of, let's say, points of contention at the international level has been not just the approach that we should take, so should we be more prescriptive or should we be more voluntary, but also there is a conflict in terms of values. And I think we are all aware in Brussels that all legislation that the Commission comes out with is underpinned by European values and fundamental rights protection. And for that, we have Emily from the Future Society, my apologies, Director of AI Governance there. Welcome, Emily. We'd just like to get your take on how do you see this resolution in terms of, first of all, addressing the risks and the risk-based approach, and sort of the conflicting values or the slightly non-overlapping values at the international level. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think this is working. Yes? Great, thank you. And thank you very much indeed for the invitation. It's a privilege to be sat here with so many esteemed names and voices. You raise a very important and challenging question, and I'm slightly intimidated that you introduced me as the person who is going to be able to resolve it. It's kind of you to think that I might have such capacity, but alas, no. But I will endeavour to put forward some ideas on this front. At a level, there is indeed a degree of convergence, and Corinna identified that. And the Bletchley Declaration of the latter part of 2023 was, I think, an important moment for being able to bring together countries, nation states with perhaps different approaches to values, and to come to a statement that had a degree of harmony about it. The fact that risks associated with AI were recognized in that document was an important moment for AI governance globally. The challenge, of course, is what one does with that sort of high-level agreement and how one implements that across different jurisdictions. Now, one of the things that I think could be possible is to try and come up with we hear the phrase technology agnostic, but I'd like to come up with a new phrase, jurisdiction agnostic. A jurisdiction agnostic approach to liability, whether that's a liability framework in terms of strict liability or a sort of harm-based liability, or whether that's an approach to a procedural navigation of some of the liability issues that are presented, is perhaps a way forward. The draft AI liability directive here in Europe endeavours to take a procedural approach to try and resolve some of the imbalances that are present in the AI market. And I just wonder, I don't have a complete answer for you, but I wonder whether that is a way in which it is possible to navigate the different value approaches across different jurisdictions when it comes to creating a more enforceable AI governance regime across different jurisdictions.
That's very enlightening in a sense, because it's also very timely. And there's another last sort of element to this, which is the overlaps in terms of priorities, in terms of the jurisdictional questions. So, I mean, there's a lot of talk right now, for example, is this approach on the risk-based approach good for the global south? Is it good for the developing world? What kind of values are they prioritizing as governments? And Martin from the Bertelsmann Stiftung has been working all around the world on AI and AI governance, and also trying to deploy approaches to enable people to use AI more. So I'd love to hear from you on your takes on what are the different approaches. Are there pros and cons, let's say, of the European approach versus what we've seen, for example, the Indian government push? on the DPI initiative and so on. So I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Gautam, and thank you also for this excellent panel and the discussions today and for having me. Yeah, a few thoughts, and I wanted to also zoom out slightly to also share some of the observations on the report that indeed is very timely. And indeed, I think the big topic that we all are thinking, which is kind of this elephant in the room, is this whole question of how do we now efficiently implement and enforce, and how do we also set the stage for what will happen globally outside of the usual, fine description of the Brussels effect, like what concretely will actually now happen. And I share the sentiment that a collaborative multi-stakeholder approach in AI governance really is critically needed. And there is currently a proliferation starting of international regulatory frameworks that are popping up. And at the same time, we have a gaping hole in truly transnational institutions that could do anything about this. So a new type of multilateral cooperation in this regard is needed in times where geopolitical tensions were never so high. So we also have to have a reality check here of what is actually coming our way and what is possible. And also, because I work for a foundation, this whole notion of where civil society is in all of this and what their involvement is from a meaningful point of view is another very unsolved issue in these huge governance discussions that we are having. There are precedents of atypical types of international multi-stakeholder initiatives that tackled wicked problems like this in the past, and also convergence questions, such as operational solutions for content moderation, e-evidence sharing across borders. But I mean, we've been there before. During these discussions, there was also this realization that self-regulation was not sufficient, even if it's regulated, to buffer major societal impact of these now traditional digital tools. And that's also why we need to be wary in the sense of a legal arms race that has already been taking place for a long time within also AI regulation, and it will come with unintended consequences of the AI Act. And also will create, and we haven't talked about this just yet, about very, very challenging extraterritorial questions in this regard as well, which we also have been confronted with in data governance questions when we talked about privacy, etc. Furthermore, we also see a considerable gap in the capacity to develop collaborative policy measures, including next to regulatory collaboration, joint exploration of beneficial applications. So that's also globally one of these themes that folks currently are struggling with. But to finish, I really want to strongly agree with this emphasis that was also made in the report of creating regulatory and operational sandboxes with public, private, academic, and civil stakeholders involved. Also in helping unlock those necessary foundational training data opportunities for responsible use AI. And there are examples. I mean, there's a global forum on sandboxes for data, for example, where these things are trying to be cracked. But those are not IGOs. Those are multi-stakeholder initiatives that are coming onto the scene. And lastly, what is a very fascinating yet nascent convergence in international discussions about, digital public infrastructure. That's where AI is key as a catalyst and building block, and next to ID systems, data spaces, etc. Hence, this is really an area worth keeping, very, very close attention on, and also see what types of lessons could be learned. And last but not least, very quickly to finish. We use this term of trust very easily, and words matter something. And it's very, very difficult to build trust. It needs to be earned, and it needs to be thought through in an ongoing involvement and also dependency that stakeholders have. And I think that's also the question of, is this actually the starting point of building this trust? And earning it, in a sense, as well, with the regulatory means that have been put in place.
That's a very, very important point. And I would just quickly like to bring Tobias back, because you didn't have the same amount of time, and also I think this is super relevant to you, and I would love to get your reaction on this. Well, there's two questions, really. One question is around this idea of adequacy. Do you think this is potentially a good model for a small German company like you to try to go out in the world and make sure that you have a big enough market and you're not hamstrung? I think that's sort of question number one. And then on the flip side, is the current sort of architecture doing enough to also encourage the take-up of products like yours, both inside Europe and outside?
So I guess what you want me to do is to sort of build the bridge between EU regulation and what we also discuss under the notion of a Brussels effect. What came to my mind when I was sort of reflecting on the Brussels effect in the AI Act, when I looked at outside of the EU, I feel that there may be a Brussels -1 effect, a Brussels -2. So there will be less regulation probably in the US, in other territories at the G7 level. And I mean, there's two sides of the story. If this would have meant that the EU shouldn't come about the AI Act, then sort of the benchmark would have been set elsewhere. And now we have the AI Act, or it's coming. So this is the first benchmark at least, and from that benchmark, a -1 or -2 is different than I don't know if from somewhere else there would have come such a benchmark. This is the first thought on this. On the other hand, will it be a selling proposition for a company such as Aleph Alpha in the US, in Canada, in the global South, in Asia, in South America? Hey, we are coming from the super regulated Europe. We are basing our models on European values and everything and all. We believe in sovereignty and everything. I don't think so. I don't think this will be much of a compelling reason to really go with us. It can help, but I guess I wouldn't think this is much of a differentiator, right? I guess this is not. Maybe what I always like when we're talking about risk-based approaches, Lali, I'm all in for risk-based approaches because in cities there's a different speed limit than outside of the city. That makes perfect sense. But when I look at this metaphor and when I look at AI as cars, I mean, I'm from Germany and we were very proud of our German car makers. Yes, it probably made somewhat of a difference sometimes in some markets on whether this was a German Mercedes or BMW versus, I don't know, something else. But so much of a differentiator, this is no longer the case. And I guess this may also hold true in AI, but remains to be seen.
On that note, thank you, panelists. That was a very, very engaging conversation. We tried to cover a lot in a very short amount of time. I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions at best. Is there someone in the audience that would like to ask a question to one of the panelists? Yes? Please say your name and organization before your question. Thanks.
Hello. Is it on? Yeah, okay. Hi, Gregory from Berkshire with EPPA, Public Affairs. I had a question specifically for SAP and Alpha in terms of the administrative burden that is to come potentially. So how would you perceive the administrative burden in terms of the AI Act, but especially also in terms of fees and whether the innovation package can give the support to those companies that it needs in order to be able to be compliant with the AI Act without having too many costs incurred on them? Thank you.
Maybe we'll take one more question if there is another one, and then we can close off the panel. Any others? Last chance? All right. Okay, over to Corina first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. Generally for the compliance burden, that still remains to be seen, you know, so I should give you the normal legal answer. That will depend on how we're going forward. But having said that, for us as a company, the only area where we are clearly in the high-risk category is in HR. So human resources, employment, these kind of matters. Why? Because we provide some cloud services in that area, but also because we are an employer. So this is something that will apply to every company, which is obviously automatically also an employer. The regulatory burden or the compliance burden there, again, it depends. We believe, we've never argued with the fact that this should be high risk, because we actually agree with it. And why? Because you very often process very sensitive personal data in that area. And hence, we already have compliance structures. we have the GDPR, it is sensitive personal data, so we do have processes to protect that and to, you have Article 22 of the GDPR on automated decision making. So what we would be calling for, and I've mentioned that before, is to have the convergence. So if we now set up additional parallel procedures to cover the same fundamental right that you actually want to protect, that wouldn't make a hell lot of sense. So we would really argue to look at the synergies that we can create between existing processes that you already have to protect the rights we are talking about. And there we would, look to the Commission and the governance structure as such to be able to also really feed back into the process that we have, and we are more than ready to do that. I leave the other question, the other part of the question to Tobias about the funding, but obviously also the compliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corinna. So the implementation of a compliance regime in an organization such as Aleph Alpha this is really a painful exercise for various reasons. We are only a few resources. And whenever I need to talk to some technicians in the organization on, hey, can you please provide me on an ongoing basis for your training a new model at this point with the number of flops this requires in order to get trained? Every single time I approach the technician, the IT guy, he does not work on what he's supposed to do on bringing up our new products. So regulation slows organizations down, and the smaller they are, the more it can slow them down, and this is a risk. Also, if you want to protect a European or a small, tiny, growing, whatever, European AI industry, and I guess the regulators are very aware of this, and they need to take this into consideration. On the other hand, why did Jonas Androulis come back from Apple in the US and founded his company in Germany? He wanted to come up with an AI model that is sort of based on our European values. And again, whether this is going to be an export trigger, yet remains to be seen. But sort of the European values, data sovereignty, I guess, is a super important topic we need to discuss. We cannot discuss it enough in the coming months, especially as Europe. There's a reason, and when you set out for such an adventure, compliance is one of the elements you have to have in order to sell your product in the marketplace. And yes, Aleph Alpha will at all times be super compliant with everything. There's no 50 shades of gray. It's only black and white, and we will be implementing what we are told. And but we are also looking forward to having discussions on these undefined legal terms and everything. There's a lot of uncertainty, and this will also distract us from doing other things. So, again, schizophrenic positioning of myself.
All right. Yeah, sure.
Could I just also say something about compliance costs from the more civil society perspective? Because we heard from industry on this front. There is a question mark over how much these compliance costs are really going to be if you consider them by reference to the amount of investment that is put into developing many of the models. Now, perhaps not at Aleph Alpha, perhaps not at SAP, but in many others of the big tech companies who might say, oh gosh, the compliance costs are going to be extraordinarily burdensome. Well, maybe not by comparison to the amount of investment that goes into actually building the models. Yes, regulation and compliance considerations will slow down some of the things that technology companies want to do, but that is the very point. That is the very point of this regulation, to ensure that the AI that is produced and is put into the market is safe and trustworthy. And that is why, although it may not be perfect, although there are still improvements to be made, am I happier to be sat here listening to potential shortcomings of the EU AI Act than listening to the lamentation that we don't have one? Yes, I am happier to be in that position.
On that note, that is a very important point, but thank you to all the panelists for an excellent debate. It seems like there's a lot more work to be done on this topic. There's a lot more clarity to be had. We are at CERRE going to keep working on this topic, so we welcome these discussions and we want to keep continuing it because this is going to go on for at least 2 years, if not more.
Thank you very much, Gautam. Thank you, panel. So, thank you. While the panelists move to their seats, I'd like to introduce the next speaker, and the next speaker is Carlota Reyners Fontana, who is just take my notes. Who's director at DG.com, who's in charge. I'm working without notes of digital, basically. J'ai perdu mes notes. She's director in charge of the enforcement of antitrust, merger, and state aid rules in the field of IT, comms, and media. Carlota was previously with DG Connect, and she was dealing with telecoms, with electronic communications. Before that, I tend to remember that you were also in the cabinet of Nelly Cruz. And I think with your rich background, both in digital policy and in regulation and in competition, I think we're very happy that we're gonna be able to listen to you to talk about competition policy for foundational models. Carlota, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Good afternoon, everyone. I realize that I stand in your way to the coffee break, so please bear with me. It's very warm in the room. So, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, CERRE, very much for having me invited in this event, which actually delves into all the topics we at DG Comp are also currently busy with. So I'll probably bring a bit of a different perspective from what we've heard so far. I heard with great interest the presentation of the CERRE's report, and that was brief, but of course the discussion afterwards was also very interesting. And what I wanted to present to you is a bit what are our daily efforts to ensure that markets where these technologies grow and are bought and sold, they stay competitive. At first sight, there is a very competitive and dynamic R&D activity, a diverse landscape for AI foundation model development, by players of all size that use both open and closed source business models. So if this rivalry remains and expands to the adjacent areas, consumers should benefit from it, and we will be very happy. We must, however, remain alert about the risks associated with the early consolidation of market power in relation to AI, where incumbent large digital players may currently enjoy already and thus have the ability to grant others preferential access to components that are essential for establishing oneself and for thriving in AI, such as data sets, cloud capacity, computing power, and technical know-how. As we find ourselves at this critical moment, we should step back and draw lessons from our past experience, both in antitrust and in the journey to the adoption at the time of the Digital Markets Act. And therefore, let me distill for you 3 main lessons that we can apply here when speaking about AI. First, we know we need to act very early to assess the market dynamics very promptly. We want to avoid that large firms, as was the case for several existing digital markets, acquire entrenched dominant positions, protected by high barriers to entry, or vertical integration, and we want the market to remain contestable. This is why at the beginning of this year we launched 2 calls for contributions, one on competition policy and generative AI, and one on competition policy and virtual worlds. You speak about it later. And we have asked contributors their views about potential barriers to entry in these markets, what drives competition, and what competition concerns they could see emerging. Everyone with expertise in these markets is welcome to submit a contribution, and it's still open until 11th of March, so a call for everyone. We want to hear your voices. Second, we need to calibrate our vigilance appropriately. Markets in this sector change very rapidly, and sales are not always an indicative of market power. Many digital products have customers locked in before even having a price, monetary or otherwise. Companies have also become more and more aware of antitrust scrutiny and increasingly creative in evading it, which is why, in addition to scrutinizing them under merger control rules, we are carefully assessing agreements and partnerships between large companies and generative AI players from an antitrust perspective. This does not mean that we see such agreements and partnership as an issue as such. Provided they are free of locking tactics, such partnerships could in fact have the effect of unlocking the vast resources of incumbent large digital firms and boosting innovation. Third, we need to try to think a step ahead. We see several social network players investing in foundation models, but also AI developers potentially orienting themselves towards search engines and app stores. Thus, we see that products that were complementary to each other yesterday may be in competition with one another tomorrow. Clear market definitions can be elusive in digital markets, and the recently revised market definition notice fully acknowledges that. It places increased emphasis on product characteristics and quality-based competition in all its manifestations, such as privacy and security, for example. It tells us that the interaction between different products is important and encourages a more forward-looking approach in markets where structural transitions, such as technological or regulatory changes, appear imminent. It also recognizes the important role that behavioral biases may play in guiding consumer choices, which is why, once again, we want to hear the voices before making our mind. As a follow-up to the call for contributions, we will organize a workshop here in Brussels in the second half of June to bring everyone relevant stakeholders from businesses, academic and policy areas to share their views. And you are all, of course, invited. Let me now turn on to virtual worlds. As I mentioned earlier, one of the calls for contributions also covers this topic. You could ask why this is relevant just now, when, for example, Meta, Disney, and others in the sector have already reduced their virtual worlds divisions. In our view, this is not necessarily the end, but likely a sign that the sector is evolving. Virtual worlds are already showing the potential for playing an important role in how businesses will be done, how our work and private lives will be organized in the near future. And the Commission wants to know where this evolution is leading and be prepared as a regulator when the sector gathers momentum. We build on the work of my colleagues in DG CNECT, who published a communication on Web 4.0 and virtual worlds in the summer of last year. Our call for contribution will complement it by focusing mainly on the competition challenges. When we talk about virtual worlds, we no longer talk about extensive and immersive social networks. We already see business-focused platforms, for example, to support office work environments or industrial application in factories. When these platforms reach economies of scale, they are expected to host a vast number of services, from virtual work to medical and industrial services, e-commerce, or education and training offers. The virtual worlds industry features diverse players with distinct strategies. Thus, companies typically invest in layers that build one on each other, such as 1, enabling technologies, 2, virtual worlds platforms, or 3, specific services. And we also see several companies integrating vertically across these different layers, which increases their presence in more than one layer. The interplay and interoperability across platforms, technologies, and services will be key to this ecosystem to develop. So we will be carefully looking into this. In this sector, we see some familiar companies that are already very strong, possibly dominant, in a number of digital markets. They have a significant influence across multiple layers of this ecosystem, controlling and developing key technology platforms or services. It may thus be that certain companies could translate their existing market power in a specific field, such as data or technology ownership, to a robust overall position in virtual worlds. In the same vein, in certain digital markets characterized by network effects, companies can leverage existing user bases, could benefit from the increased importance of their platforms or services, the lower acquisition costs of new users, and from the economies of scale. All these distinctive characteristics could also transform into barriers to entry and expansion to other players. All of this is also what we would like to understand based on the responses to the call for contributions. I see that you have also chosen to focus on cloud, and rightly so. Cloud is a key enabling technology for both AI and virtual worlds. These two sectors require so much data processing capacity, delivery speed and stability that very few, or perhaps no company, could afford to build local data centers that could replace powerful cloud solutions. But cloud is very important also beyond AI and virtual worlds. Many businesses and private workloads are rapidly moving off-premise, and cloud computing has already become a key input of a wide range of products and services. No wonder that the cloud sector is growing so fast. According to Eurostat, 45.2% of EU enterprises bought cloud services in 2023. This does not mean, however, that all of them have migrated already to cloud, and therefore, considering all those companies that are still not there, there is a large potential market to compete for, and hence the importance of ensuring that these markets remain open and competitive. Our investigative work towards that objective is parallel to the work of our colleagues in DG CONNECT. You will hear a bit about it later, and also that work that led to the adoption of the Data Act. While regulation imposes obligations on all the companies active in the sector, we investigate specific complaints which relate in particular to specific licensing and other practices. In July last year, we opened proceedings against Microsoft to investigate if the inclusion of Teams, its communication and collaboration software as a service tool, in its well-entrenched productivity suites may have infringed EU competition rules. Such conduct, if established, could restrict cloud customers' choice and Teams' competitors' ability to compete. Moreover, following complaints from mainly European cloud service providers, the Commission also launched pre-investigations of Microsoft practices and their effects on competition in the cloud sector. Since then, Microsoft has changed its licensing conditions with the stated aim of facilitating access to a number of its products by European cloud providers or their customers. We continue the investigations in the sector overall, for instance, by assessing if the recent licensing changes by Microsoft and their impact are in line with the competition rules. Last but not least, we note and have been closely following the parallel efforts of other enforcers in all of these important areas, be it other European competition authorities or abroad. Collaborating closely with other NCAs and joining efforts as much as possible are critical to ensure we efficiently and effectively target such global developments. Otherwise, we risk suboptimal outcomes, as it's likely that no single competition or regulatory authority will be able to remedy bad behavior from such global players. I'm delighted to see here today Monsieur Benoît Cœuré, President of the French Competition Authority, which is particularly active in these domains too. The high levels of enforcer interest are indicative of the importance of cloud, together with AI and virtual worlds, for the digital economy. And it is for this very reason that we consider critical to monitor them very closely, which we will continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carlota. I think we got time for one or two questions from the assistants, the room here. Question? Who has a question for Carlota Reyners? Nobody? Really? Alexandre, can you give a mic to Alexandre, please? Alexandre Destrel.
Thank you very much for this very nice and clear panorama of your activity. Now, my question is, how do you see that interacting with all those new rules which have been adopted? You mentioned some, but because that seems to be a recurring theme. No, I mean we have to interact better, all those laws and so on. So how are you working on this interaction, and how the Commission is preparing itself to this? Because there is some view that sometimes, DGCOM has a view, CONNECT has another, and so on. So that's one question. And one question which is related, could we say that the overall thrust of your intervention would be to open those kind of large ecosystem, to open them up and think that opening them up is always better than remaining them closed? I mean, clearly, I think that's the philosophy of the DMA to some extent. I think it's an open machine, an opening machine, if you want. But is it also the kind of logic that you have behind your intervention? Thanks.
Thank you. So maybe on the first question, I'd say it's important that the more we have, the broader the regulatory toolbox, the better. And therefore, we need to make sure that we use and apply these consistently, but also complementary. So, of course, we are in DG Comp in charge of antitrust enforcement in this area, and as well as with DG Connect on the enforcement of the DMA. And therefore, at the moment, as you will see very soon, we'll put a lot of focus on the enforcement of the DMA, and some issues might be tackled there. But I mean, to take an obvious element, at the moment, currently, cloud as such is not defined and it's not within DMA. So it's not at all the area where I'm responsible for is covered for DMA. And the question will also be, in any case, what is the most efficient instrument? As I said, we draw lessons from the past that clearly in antitrust, which was one of the reasons for the DMA to have an instrument that is a bit ex ante, because antitrust sometimes takes long, market definition is difficult, etc. So that's where the DMA brings an added value, but also in any case that on our side, we need to act quite quickly and also try to be innovative in the tools we use or in the measures, whether we can go a bit faster. So we'll try to anticipate and be faster in the antitrust enforcement. Then I think we also look at other regulatory, I mean, Data Act, for example, we look at it very closely with cloud. I'm sure Pierre will explain. And there, of course, again, wherever an instrument is more efficient, then we have to prioritize also our antitrust work. We cannot do everything. I wish we had more resources, if I make the point now. Second, on the opening, yes, it's a lot about opening. As I said, we want to make sure the markets remain open, that allows new companies to enter and to thrive. So that's one of the main issues. But again, as you know well, we look at every case on its own, and we might discover new problems. So it can be lock-in. It's a bit of another side of the coin of openness. And again, we'll have to see together with other instruments whether at certain point the antitrust establishment is the more important. But when you look also currently at the critical investments in AI, for example, of course, there we are looking at risks of exclusivities or lock-in again, and again, to make sure there is hopefully European companies also thriving in this sector that can then support the economy later.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this was really great. Thank you very much, Carlota.
Thank you.
And now comes the moment you've all been dying for. We're going to have a coffee break, and also we're going to open the windows here so that we get some fresh air in this room. Can I ask you to be back by 3:30? So in 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Gracias. I'm very pleased to welcome for the next keynote. We're very lucky to have with us Benoît Cœuré. Benoît Cœuré is the chair or the president or the president CEO of the Autorité française de la Autorité de la concurrence. Benoît Cœuré was previously the head of the innovation department in the Bank for International Settlements in Basel. And before that, he's been for a long time a member of the governing board and also a member of the executive committee of the European Central Bank in Frankfurt. And before that, Benoît was a senior official in the French Treasury. I think he was the Deputy Director General in the French Treasury. Since he became chair of the French competition authority, immediately he got very much involved in digital issues, and he's been an active member since I think you joined in January 22, the authority. Since then, he's been very active also within the European Competition Network on these issues. So we thought that it was really a fantastic opportunity for us to listen to Benoît Cœuré to talk about competition and cloud. So, Benoît, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Bruno, for your very kind introduction. I'm glad that I'm speaking after the coffee break, so I can count on your alertness and energy, and I'm also glad that the air conditioning is now working, so thank you for the technological leap. So I will say a few words about how we see the cloud industry at the French Competition Authority based on the market study that we've done last year, and I guess that down the road I will also say a few words about artificial intelligence because I cannot resist, and also for good reasons because the two issues are very closely linked from many angles, but particularly from the competition angle. So as we all know, the cloud industry is one of the key drivers of the digital economy today. It is a source of productivity gains for companies and value creation for the economy. Just to give you the French numbers, in France, the cloud sector is expected to reach 27 billion euros by 2025, with an average annual growth of 14%. And we also found out that cloud adoption in France was somewhat lagging other European economies, particularly for SMEs. So there are issues of adoption at the aggregate level, but there are also issues of the distribution of cloud adoption, which can matter a lot for the economy. And so it is very important that that competition on the merits is fully expressed in the cloud sector if we want to facilitate and make the best out of that transition to cloud adoption. So as a policy at the Autorité de la concurrence, we do continuous horizon scanning in various areas, not only digital, but including digital to anticipate market changes and potential competition concerns. We've done this in various dimensions of the digital economy in the past: algorithms, big data, online advertising, fintech. These are a few examples of market investigations that we've published in the past years. And the cloud sector was a logical next step, and it's actually maybe the first decision I took when stepping in 2 years ago at the French Competition Authority was to launch this market investigation into the cloud industry. We launched it in January 22, and we published it in June 23. And we are now continuing in this line of work with an ex officio investigation into generative artificial intelligence, and I will say a few words about it at the end. We've dedicated important resources to this inquiry, mobilizing all our digital economy unit and a total team of 8 case handlers who conducted a thorough inquiry. And I take the opportunity to thank all of you in the room who've answered our public consultation. We had dozens of auditions, hundreds of contributions, and as I said, it took 18 months to wrap it up. We've exchanged in a very close way and fruitful way with other regulators, which have been working on these markets, particularly the ACM in the Netherlands, so the Dutch Competition Authority, the JFTC in Japan, the FTC in Washington, and the Ofcom in London, to only mention a few. And all these reports and initiatives taken by these colleagues, they are, I think, very well summarized in the report that you will hear more about in a few minutes in the CERRE report. So I'm not going to summarize the 200 pages or something report, but I think that there are a few takeaways which can be useful for the following discussion. First, we found that the French cloud services market is highly concentrated around 3 major players. And we know that similar dynamics can be found in other EU economies. So namely AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure, Microsoft Azure, with revenues of respectively 46%, 8%, and 17% from infrastructures and public cloud applications in 2021. And these hyperscalers benefit from a number of competitive advantages, vast financial resources that enable them to make substantial investments which are required to launch activities in the cloud industry, such as data centers, IT infrastructures, and so on. Economies of scale and product ranges linked to the various services offered in their ecosystems, and also access to a pre-existing customer base that enables them to take advantage of significant network effects and which can be used as leverage to expand rapidly in the cloud industry. Therefore, in our view, the likelihood of a new player being able to gain market share quickly appears to be limited given the strength of the incumbents, apart from these players which are already powerful in other markets. We've identified a number of competitive risks from the customers and from the competitors' perspectives, which raise various contractual, financial, and technical issues that are likely to have an impact on competition on that market. These competitive risks relate, on the one hand, to pricing practices that could be implemented in a context of imbalanced relationships between customers and hyperscalers. We've paid special attention to cloud credits, as a high amount of such targeted support to clients, which is offered by towards a vast ecosystem of companies, may induce a risk of lock-in by major providers. On the other hand, we have a rather nuanced discussion of cloud credits, as a matter of fact, because we also found that cloud credits can differ in their duration. Also that trial offers are common in many other industries, so that there's nothing wrong in principle about trial offers, if it is a trial offer, which ties back to the question of the duration of the offer. And also, cloud credits are de facto financial support or liquidity support to tech SMEs. And that's not a competition discussion, but more in a kind of industrial policy discussion. But if we take away cloud credits, we will have to think about alternatives to support the cash flows of young startups in that field. So it's a little bit more complicated than it may seem at first sight. The issue of egress fees came very prominently during our inquiry. Egress fees, as you know, are charged by cloud providers when customers want to move data out of their environment. So particularly when they want to switch between different cloud providers or move into multi-cloud environments. We considered that such fees may create a risk of customer lock-in on a fast-growing market by making it more difficult for cloud users to leave their primary provider or to use several providers in a multi-cloud environment. We've also described a number of competitive risks based on scenarios. These risks are associated with migrating on-premise IT systems to the cloud. And this relates to issues such as restrictive contractual clauses, tied sales, pricing advantages, favoring the products of the hyperscalers, or even technical restrictions. Also risks related to migrating from one cloud service provider to another, technical barriers, deliberate practices by some providers. Another scenario relates to the barriers to expansion for the competitors, for hyperscalers competitors. We've looked closely into the technical barriers to interoperability between cloud providers, and we've pointed out potential risks associated with marketplaces, in particular marketplaces linked to the conditions set by providers. In particular, risks linked to the conditions set by providers for access to and operation of those marketplaces. I'm talking of cloud marketplaces, obviously, not general marketplaces which raise different competition issues, which are not to be discussed today. So these are the risks that we've identified. So which kind of conclusions have we drawn from an enforcement standpoint? So from a practical point of view, the expertise that we've gained will be useful for possible future investigations. As a matter of fact, our investigation services launched a dawn raid last September in the graphic card sector. Well, obviously, I'm not going to say more about that, but that's public information. And that's relevant, obviously, to the cloud value chain, but also to the AI value chain, to the upstream AI value chain. So that's an ongoing investigation. It has also allowed us to quickly provide an opinion to the French government regarding a draft law to secure and regulate the digital space, which was put out last year by the French government, and which contains provisions aiming at regulating some market practices in the cloud industry, particularly with respect to egress fees, portability, and interoperability obligations. So we've, in a nutshell, we've shared the concerns expressed regarding certain market practices. We've issued some caveats relating to some aspects, for instance, cloud credits, which I've mentioned earlier, where you've got to be careful in deciding what's good and what's bad. Even more importantly, we've stressed the importance of the European context and the importance of a smooth transition into the Data Act from provisions that would be implemented under French law to provisions being implemented under the Data Act. So we've stressed the importance to ensure that that national measures would be properly coordinated with the future European framework. Which brings me to another key takeaway of this work, which is the role to be played by competition law enforcement in dealing with competitive risks in the cloud sector. Competition authorities are well equipped to deal with competitive risks. We have significant case law to rely on from the Microsoft cases of the European Commission on interoperability. I'm talking of the old Microsoft cases, not the one that was mentioned minutes ago. To our own recent cases against Meta with respect to the sharing of information, well, degraded or discriminatory information. We're also learning from our past mistakes. So generally, I would say that the general enforcement approach to digital has been the right one in principle, but very often too slow. And so we've gone to learn from that and be faster, particularly using the right tools, such as commitments, when possible and when useful, instead of fines, or maybe a combination of both, but commitments can help restore the fair functioning of the market, and interim measures, which the French authority has used very consistently over time, even recently against Meta in the field of ad verifications. But we've also concluded that we need a mix of regulatory solutions. So other responses might be needed. Market failures, when they can be evidenced, can justify the use of regulation instead of antitrust enforcement. Just to give an example, technical solutions do exist to facilitate supplier switching or the use of multi-cloud, like standard services or open source solutions. But we've seen that self-regulation has not led to common technical standards, so we've seen a market failure there. Incumbent operators, particularly hyperscalers, are not necessarily encouraged to develop high performance or best price solutions. That's very well written. Huh? They are not necessarily encouraged to develop high performance or best price solutions if they are likely to erode their market shares. So here you have a market failure, and a regulatory approach might be better suited to address that kind of market failures. And that's basically what European and regulators have initiated through the DMA, through the Data Act, more importantly, and also through that French law, which I've alluded to. Several questions do remain open. The Data Act is likely to have a positive impact on the competitive functioning of the cloud sector, making it easier to port data and switch between cloud providers. However, the interaction between the Data Act and other applicable European regulation, and also national law in some cases, should be clarified to ensure coherence and cross-consistency. As regards the DMA, the Digital Markets Act, no cloud services have been designated by the Commission yet, which means that at this stage the DMA obligations will not apply to hyperscalers' cloud services. And so that's up to the Commission to reflect on. But the Commission will need to decide how to address this and whether they want to use the possibility of a designation via qualitative thresholds at some point down the road. And that relates to the broader and very deep question on the general approach to DMA enforcement. That will be a question for the next Commission and next Parliament to handle. But whether you want to be focused on delivering the existing narrow provisions of the DMA, or whether you want to adapt it in a more dynamic way to fit market dynamics, and there is a trade-off. It's a difficult trade-off, so I'm not concluding, but that will be an important question for the next Commission. Other questions relate to the interaction between the Data Act and sectoral regulation, which is also somewhere in the air. So, for instance, we spent some time in our market study discussing sovereign cloud requirements, which are absolutely vital and of the essence to handle a number of strategic and sensitive data. But of course, if the concept of a sovereign cloud remains at a national level, then you risk fragmenting the market across use cases and also across borders. I mean, across countries within the single market, which is not the right way to go. So clearly, a priority also for the next mandate should be to conclude the discussion on EU CS as quickly as possible. And that's a plea for member states, not really for the Commission. I'm pretty sure the Commission would agree with that. Finally, and that's my conclusion, the cloud sector dynamics are intrinsically linked with the next what's the next hot topic in competition law, which is artificial intelligence. So that was discussed on the last panel. I'm not going to expand too much on it, but we've last week opened an ex officio procedure to study the competitive dynamics of generative artificial intelligence. And we've, at the same time, we've opened a public consultation, which will be open until the 22nd of March. So I very much invite you to answer us and contribute and speak your mind. We will coordinate very closely with the European Commission down this road. What we can observe so far is that big digital players such as Amazon, Google, Microsoft, or Meta are all already active in this sector at different levels in the value chain. Some of them hold significant positions on several upstream markets, for instance, cloud computing, which is an essential input for generative AI. We will focus in our market study on practices implemented by these players that could raise competition concerns. And that's not only about cloud services, but also other key inputs such as, computation power, storage capacity, human resources will also be in the focus, skills, and so on. And I think more fundamentally, we'll have to answer the question, what's new here with AI compared to previous disruptive technologies? And thinking about it on the top of my mind, I could already think of at least 4 reasons why AI is different from previous disruptive technologies. First, as I just said, AI holds the risk of being dominated by players which already have a very significant market power and customer base. Second, AI will have a very broad impact on productivity in our economies, both in manufacturing and in services. So if we get it wrong, it will be even worse than for previous technological leaps. So the stake is even higher. Third, it's not even only about productivity and the economic impact. It's also about politics and our societies and our elections and our media. So the stake is really extremely high. And now something else which is good news is that maybe contrary to previous episodes, there is a very high level of international coordination and commonality, which I can see in the European Competition Network under the Commission's leadership, but also at G7 level. We had a G7 competition enforcer meeting in Tokyo last November. We spent 2/3 of the discussion discussing AI, really. And there was really a lot of commonality between us. So I will conclude with that note of optimism. So what will be the measure of success for competition enforcers? The measure of success will be that in 4 or 5 years time down the road, AI will not be dominated by a few players globally, and there will be a diversity of models and products offered to customers. That will be the measure of success.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see. I mean, there are at least 2 points that I note. Or perhaps one to save time. It's that there's a common thread through a number of speakers have been telling us this afternoon, and this is about this issue of demarcation. I mean, that the responsibility to deal with the complexity of the issues is not something that the competition enforcer, and I know that you prefer the word rather than competition regulator, you say you're competition enforcer, but also the other institutional players. And the question of demarcation and to know who's in charge of what is probably something which is not necessarily automatically understandable. We are already late, but I'm sure that there are some of you who would like to put a question to Benoît Cœuré. Paul Timmers from CERRE. Can we give him a mic? You have 2 mics. Voilà.
It's related to also what you just said, Bruno, but also what you seem to allude to before. So what are your conclusions about AI will be perhaps an adjacent market, but we have already seen others, for example, security is very much integrated and also concentrated in these few platforms. So on the one hand, you might say there's a real adjacent market issue there. How is there still choice? Is there still opportunity for others, etc.? So competition issues of the more traditional kind. And on the other hand, there is also a public interest issue there. I mean, is it perhaps better or is it perhaps worse to have this type of concentration? And you must have investigated that too. And so that relates really to which authority is looking at it and how do you collaborate?
Thank you. Benoît.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good question. I think that you have different angles into that discussion. So I'm a competition enforcer, so I'm not doing industrial policy. Doesn't mean that I should ignore industrial policy. And there are probably enough people doing industrial policy in my home country, so I probably don't need me to do that. But so it's not my comparative advantage. but they're doing it, and so we need to, and I very much believe that competition can support that, can be complementary to that. How can we be complementary? So it's not for me to pass a judgment on, how many players do we want, and is it very important that we have a European global player in the AI field? That's industrial policy. The way I can support it with my instruments is by making sure that the market is contestable and that the market is fair, and that making sure that the incumbents, which happen not to be European, are not abusing their dominance, if there is dominance. I don't want to prejudge on that because that's a legal discussion, but let's say their market power. And this I can do using my instruments. So I can prepare the ground for industrial policy to be deployed. And then I think the broader societal objectives are not for me to set.
Thank you. Another question? The gentleman over there. Can you please say your name and organization?
Christophe Cœuré from Digital Competition. I have a question to you. When I read the press release from the French Competition Authority about generative AI, you seem to focus only on practice by large online platforms and in the cloud sectors. And my question is, are you not afraid about a kind of confirmation bias where you are trying to look at the issues and not the broader pictures?
Yeah, well, that's a little bit unfair, if I may, as a comment, because...
just asking. Because we had this discussion this morning.
We want to be useful, and there is no shortage of studies on IA, including from competition authorities. So we don't want to take it back to square one and write a treaty on AI. For instance, on principles, you have the CMA. The CMA paper is extremely good. I don't want to redo the CMA paper. It is there. And also there are good papers by the Portuguese Competition Authority and so on. So where we want to be useful is by being more focused. And we've chosen to focus on what we see, the behavior and possible influence of major players upstream the AI value chains. That's what we want to focus on. Also because we see a complementarity with our past work on cloud services, obviously. But it's not going to be, first, it's not going to be only about cloud services. It's going to be about data. It's going to be about computing power. It's going to be about CPU and GPU. And as I said, we are also separately looking into the GPU industry. It's going to be about skills and so on. And then there is a public consultation, which is very broad. So we feel free to, we might have to adjust the scope of our study depending on what the industry tells us, or if there are concerns that we haven't spotted. That's what the public consultation is for.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to Benoît Cœuré. Merci. And let me call now to hear Professor Antonio Manganelli from LUMSA University and CERRE, Daniel Schnurr, also from CERRE and University of Regensburg. I'm calling here to the stage Sophie Battas, Senior Director, EU Affairs, Head of Brussels Office Dassault System, Pierre Chastenet, Head of Unit in DG CONNECT. If you can come here, please have a seat. Jeremy Rollison from Microsoft, Senior Director, EU Government Affairs. Where is he's there? Solange Viegas dos Reis, Chief Legal Officer from OVH Cloud, who's online. So she will appear soon, hopefully. And Fergal Faragher, Policy Director, Networks and Communications from Ofcom, please. And the panel is going to be moderated by Alexandre Destrel, to whom I give the mic immediately.
Thank you very much. So what we will do is, as we often do at those CERRE events, we have a presentation of the report, which is published on our website by the author, 10 minutes maximum. And then I will ask the different panelists one thing they like in the report and one thing they think could have been improved in maximum 3 minutes, okay? And then that will be allow, hopefully, to have some debate with you, and then the last word to the authors. So, Daniel.
So it's our great privilege to present to you very briefly the main findings of our report on competition and regulation of cloud computing. And I think you now have heard that cloud computing is really a key infrastructure for the digital economy, but the European economy as a whole. And the von der Leyen Commission has put forth several policies in this domain. Now, the public reception of that, I think, was less prominent than, for example, the AI Act, and that's maybe because there was no Cloud Act. But we had two landmark regulations with the Digital Markets Act and the Data Act. We have numerous other policy initiatives, and as we just heard, we also have market investigations at the national level. And the goal of this report was really to take stock of these developments with a special focus on competition. So cloud computing policies also have other goals and aspects, and we touch on them, but the main focus was competition. And the analysis was first a broad legal review of the interaction effects also, and then an economic analysis of the underlying substantive competition issues. And we're just going to present to you now the main recommendations very briefly in the 10 minutes that we have.
What is the green number? Yeah. Okay, so we start with the recommendation. The first one is about interdependencies of legislation. And our main recommendation is that the legal interpretation within and across should be, the different policies should be clarified by providing guidelines to address problem of coherence and cross-consistency in order, of course, to reduce the legal uncertainty. Because as it was previously mentioned, of course, the regulation of cloud is composed of different acts which have been passed in different times, when also the approach to digital markets and data economics was different and with different objectives, still yet using somehow the same regulatory concepts, and so creating interplaying between those acts. And some policies are asymmetric regulation, some are symmetric, some are more horizontal, some are more sector-specific. So, of course, there is a lot of interaction and interplays between them, especially, as I said, concerning the concepts that are used in different pieces of legislation, like the obligation of data portability, vertical and horizontal interoperability, functional equivalence, and non-discrimination. So a question also for the debate could be whether the cloud rulebook could be suited in order to give a harmonized orientation and cross policies interpretation of this concept. The second recommendation is about cloud as core platform services in the Digital Market Act. And as for the DMA enforcement, our recommendation is that the Commission should truly consider all policy feature, the peculiar policy feature that cloud services has vis-a-vis other core platform services, in order also to apply in the proportionality principle. The main difference, of course, there are quite a few, but the main big difference is the fact that cloud is not a two-sided market, except, of course, for the cloud marketplace, which was mentioned before, or independent service vendors also for something. But just because of that, it's extremely difficult to find a systemic and operative interpretation of the basic concept of the DMA, like the gatekeeper function, so the gateway being an important gateway for business user to reach the end users. Just to focus very briefly on this, I think, because it's quite relevant. The fact is that the business users for the cloud services are defined as cloud services hosted in the cloud infrastructure, so which define the relationship between business users and the potential gatekeeper not as an interaction, so not as an intermediation, and these more or less design the relationship like more a vertical pipeline relationship rather than a two-sided market, which has several consequences. One is that, of course, the business user and the gatekeeper are basically providing the same services or same services, similar services on different level of the vertical chain, and there are by nature competitors or potential competitors. This gave origin to a small but meaningful paradox that, of course, if you have a gatekeeper, potential gatekeeper, as more business users within this definition, is subject to a high level of competition, which makes the threshold for regulation quite counterintuitive, because if has no business users will not be regulated, but most likely is not subject to any competitive constraints, which completely the other, in our opinion, the other rationale that of the DMA. And also for the end user, there are some problems because the definition, of course, is the end users which is engaging with the cloud services of the potential gatekeeper. And this not necessarily means that the end users is also any relationship with the business users, which means, of course, that the gatekeeper, if the end user has no relationship with the business user, cannot be an important gateway or even in an unimportant gateway of the for business user to reach the end users. And that's, of course, that's at the origin of the reason, because there is no designation of cloud as platform services as gatekeeper. And one point for the discussion is there is now was issued yesterday, day before yesterday, white paper, and there is some reasoning about enlarging the ecosystem of the digital networks and maybe including the cloud. One question could be whether this could be a means to introduce some regulation where consider the fact that DMA could have a problem, as was mentioned before, if there is could be some dynamic interpretation of the DMA and just designating also if there is no quantitative threshold met. The very last point is about institutional design. I will not focus on that because it was mentioned very much before, the fact that, of course, being different piece of legislation in place, there is the need of a very strong coordination. And in the cloud, there is, of course, there are the two big DMA and Data Act regulating, but also a satellite of other policies. But the problem is there are based on very different institutional design. The DMA is centralized, the Data Act is decentralized, and possible also fragmented because member state could allocate competences to different authorities. Of course, the final version of that Act improved a lot about the coordination within the system. One point of consideration is whether the Commission, considering, and the co-legislator, considering all these coordination problems, could think about when as a principle, when creating new competencies and new power, allocating and bundling those competencies and power to already existing competence and power. This does not eliminate the discretion, of course, of member state of identifying the authority, but just create some path dependency and leaving the discretion, of course, of member state of identify precisely the authority, but creating less fragmentation.
So turning to the economic analysis, our key recommendation 4 is really on the underlying competition issues and concerns. In this chapter in the report, we focus on vendor lock-in and economies of scale and scope that you just heard about before already, and I don't go into the details. So we come to kind of a dual perspective. So for today's markets, we believe that, or we conclude that there are indications of competition, especially when it comes to the customers who migrate to the cloud for the first time. However, the competition concerns arise especially from a more long-term perspective. So because there are switching costs that are specific to cloud computing services, there could be the potential problem of vendor lock-in, especially then when markets are concentrated, which of course is a consequence of economies of scale and scope. Now, the economies of scale and scope are also efficiencies that drive a lot of the benefits, but this is then the general trade-off that we especially will face at the infrastructure as a service layer. So the overall conclusion that we draw here then for regulatory intervention should really be focused on reducing switching costs to the extent that they could promote vendor lock-in. And second, on ensuring that independent service vendors, so software vendors that use cloud computing services themselves, for example, on the infrastructure level, that they may enter other markets to compete with the hyperscalers to really monitor and ensure that they can enter and compete effectively. Now, the recommendation 5 is on the actual remedies and the trade-offs that they are involved. So in the report, we go through a list of potential regulatory remedies, and Benoît has mentioned them basically in his keynote, and we go through the individual trade-offs. On the overall level, again, we conclude that remedies that address structural barriers to switching should be prioritized. So in our view, this is data portability as a first step, and then also cost-based regulation of data egress fees. So in that, we are in line with the Data Act, that this could be measures to address effectively switching costs. We're in contrast a little bit with respect to the provisions on zero data egress fees for switching, which is now stipulated by the Data Act, especially in a symmetric regime as the Data Act, because we see some potential risks there also for smaller companies. Now, we caution more about limiting or prohibiting committed spend discounts or cloud credits, because while we agree that they can contribute to lock-in, they also serve as benefits to customers. And if you look at the economics of markets with switching costs, you have this pattern that you have, or you should have, high competition ex ante and then lower competition long term. So if you now intervene in the ex ante benefits, this could also have adverse effects. The final recommendation then is on interoperability, which of course can bring a lot of value also for competition. But interoperability in practice is also really hard to achieve. And so the main recommendation is basically, when we talk about interoperability, we should also be specific in terms of the services that we want to make interoperable, because that will define the costs and benefits that we see there. And because standardization to making interoperability achievable is already quite hard with a voluntary group of stakeholders, we think it is much more complicated when you have mandatory regulation, where you have some parties there that will fight these standards. And so we propose something in between also. So while mandatory regulation could be a last resort, there's also something in between. And that is to really support market-driven interoperability solutions. And it doesn't mean to not do nothing as a regulator, but for example, to require that cloud providers offer APIs that can support these solutions, and also implement or require additional safeguards that these APIs are available for a longer time, or if they are discontinued, that there's a notice period, for example. So this could maybe be a middle way on interoperability. So with that, I encourage you to read the report, which is more detailed than that, and I'm looking forward to the discussion on the panel.
Thank you very much. So now I go to the panel. Pierre, I will come last to you, so you could also react to the reaction, because you have, of course, an important position in that regard. So maybe I will start with you, Sophie from Dassault Systèmes. Sorry.
Does it work? Yeah, sure. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Very happy to be here with you on the panel.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure it works. Does the mic work?
It works?
Yeah. But could you?
I should speak louder then. Yeah.
No, or close to your.
Closer.
Closer to
yeah.
you. Okay.
So basically, we are very much aligned with the recommendations from the CERRE report. All good, and I think we think that the Data Act was only a first step. Actually to address issues on the EU cloud market, will allow us to address indeed vendor lock-in, which was a major issue. But we think, it's just a first step. We need to go further, and that's, maybe it's a discussion for later. But it doesn't take fully into account the specificities of the European market, and we see it now with these concerns raising around AI, because unfortunately the European market is not doesn't enjoy. I mean, EU cloud provider doesn't enjoy the same conditions as cloud providers on other markets. And we need, and we trust the EU to ensure EU cloud providers have the right conditions to deploy services on the EU market and to keep at the same time an alignment between those conditions and the strategic ambitions of the EU. So what does it mean? So we mean that there is a demand today in Europe for specific cloud services that are not fully supported, talking about the protection of very sensitive data, and which will require certain conditions, sovereignty conditions, as we name it in a scheme that we have in France. And we don't yet have the diversity and the push we would require in that field. And this problem is going to be transposed to the next level, which will be the AI. And to give you a concrete example, what's going on today, but maybe I'm going too far? No, I'm going to continue. We have this regulation on the European health data space, which will aim at setting up digital infrastructure for the use and the reuse of health data. And when existing, those infrastructure which are operated by public authorities are currently not relying on EU cloud operators. So it's a loss in terms of know-how and on growth. And it also has a consequence for European players like Dassault Systèmes who want to grow capabilities in software and in AI, because we cannot use that infrastructure that is put at our disposal. It would force us to put our source code and our software on a specific vendor infrastructure. So for us, we're wondering what's the strategy behind the digital targets, investing money and promoting the cloud and not supporting EU companies in that trajectory. So there are, I mean, on this specific case, alternatives to preserve our IP, which are unfortunately not taken into account by the legislator in the HGS field, but that's not a topic for today. So competition, we agree.
So could you just conclude, because I would like that we have 3 minutes for everybody.
For sure remain in Europe a motor for innovation, but at the same time, we feel that EU companies don't enjoy the same condition. So we would have 2 recommendations and maybe a topic for further discussion. It would be first to acknowledge the need from the customers in Europe to preserve sensitive data, and so to move on with the adoption of this EUCS scheme and to have a wide adoption by member states. And the secondly would be to have a renewed strategy for cloud in Europe, take into account this new look into the cloud, data and AI continuum, and maybe focusing on specific sectors and the strategic asset of Europe, and maybe the alliance on the data cloud age can be the right place to address those issues in view of a political strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sophie. Now we go to Jeremy from Microsoft.
Oh, that's better. I think you asked what parts of the report we liked,
yes,
maybe which parts we didn't like.
Your thing on the report, that would be great.
I think I liked the fact that the report highlights just how much more complex perhaps some of these markets and some of these services are than perhaps is often recognized by the legislation. I think that complexity is increasing every month. I think it's increasing because of AI. It's increasing because of the way our customers are doing more and more in that space. So I do think it's even more complex than that. So perhaps the only part of the report that I wouldn't say I dislike it, but where you could add even more is right again on the complexity point. You know, some of these principles and concepts are not maybe as straightforward as they sound. And we're seeing that in Data Act compliance now. We're seeing that in some of the ambiguity in some of the terms, some of the questions that are coming up. You think of things like switching. You know, switching has a cost. You know, what part of that do you want to prohibit, and what part of that do you want to improve, and what part of the competition that's out there is being creative in terms of addressing some of that? So I think another part maybe that wasn't through the report as much. I like the emphasis on the amount of competition that already exists. I think it's important to recognize just what an incentive many of these players have to meet those portability and interoperability demands of our customers. This is not a new thing. We have been doing this for decades now, essentially. The more and more the customers demand that, and rightfully so, most of our customers are multi-home cloud customers. So we need to build solutions, and we've built solutions to help facilitate migrations, to facilitate switching. But it is very different when you're looking at different layers of the stack, and you're looking at different data sets or applications or tailor-made services. So complexity, complexity, complexity. I'm glad the report mentioned it. I think it could even highlight it more.
Thank you very much. So the author will come back at the end. Now we have Solange online from OVH. If you can again in 3 minutes say one thing you like in the report, one thing you think could have been improved.
Yes. First, sorry, I can't be with you in person, and thank you very much for this invite. Since the last summit and last report, we have seen some progresses on the cloud market. First of it is the Data Act entering force, and the reports, additional reports from many competition authorities. France, UK, and now Spain is coming. All those competition authorities are reporting some market practices that are very damageable for the competition on the cloud market. On the report itself, I would say that on the first three recommendations, we mostly agree on the legal recommendation. We need to indeed to have more consistency and a clearer framework on the field of regulation. And I would just add that we need to have a complementary regulations between national level and European level. And it's not a fragmentation for me, it's really a complementary approach of those regulations. On the more economic recommendation, I think that we should go further than what the report recommends. First, on the first recommendation, for example, we believe that we have competition issues, not only when we have when a customer wants to switch and to go to another cloud provider, but the issue exists even when we have a user that is on-premise who wants to move to cloud. It's not only a question of switching, migrating from one cloud to another one. It's the first move to the cloud that must be taken into account and is subject to anti-competitive practices. For example, and Benoît Cœuré has discussed, has highlighted some of those practices when we talk about massive cloud credits, about tied building, about tied selling, about auto preference. We are facing anti-competitive practices targeting the customer that is not yet in the cloud. So we think that we should be more ambitious on this, and we need to address all the anti-competitive practices. On the fifth recommendation, we say it's the same idea. We think that cloud credits and committed spend discount should be looked into very, very closely, because they are currently an issue. Again, Benoît Cœuré told that we have facing practices from hyperscalers with a lot of resources, and they can offer, they can break, they can twist the rules of regulations with this power of negotiation. Currently, for example, some cloud hyperscalers are providing, in terms of cloud credit, they propose amounts up to 300,000 euros. It's huge amounts indeed, and so it's very difficult for other providers to compete against this market power. And finally, I'm sorry, I think I am just exceeding the 3 minutes, but on the sixth recommendation, we believe, and it's not only OVH Cloud, because a lot of competition authorities have highlighted this, that we believe interoperability must not rely only on the willingness of the stakeholders. We know, we try to do that, and it does not work. It's true, it does not work. So we think that we should think about having mandatory obligations on interoperability in terms of standards, to have technical standards mostly based on open sources that could be used, that should be used to really ensure interoperability. And just to finish, I will highlight the same as other panelists. We think that currently we are discussing about competition on the cloud, and it's key. Cloud is key in all the lives of all the companies, all the consumers. But the next step, and it's not in 10 years, it's now. The next step is on AI. And what we are seeing is that in terms of challenge, the situation we have been seeing on the cloud market, the anti-competitive situations and the bad practices are coming to the AI market, to the AI world. So that means that today we need to focus on AI, on the main stakeholders of this new technology, because the impact of AI today will be bigger than the impact of the internet 20 years ago.
Thank you very much, Sean. Now we go to Fergal from Ofcom.
So, thank you very much for the invite. It's a pleasure to be on the panel. So when reading the report, I mean, I agree with the other panelists in that it sort of very neatly gets across the complexity in cloud that's kind of inherent in all digital markets. But to my mind, I think what also gets across is that a large degree consensus is in fact emerging about both what's at stake in terms of the benefits delivered by cloud computing, and we've talked about kind of the transformational aspect for businesses, part of the digital infrastructure and kind of the foundation for developments like AI, but also the issues we need to keep across if we want to make sure the market's working well in the future. And in our study, we identified things like egress fees, technical barriers, committed spend discounts as features of the market that could restrict customers from multi-clouding and switching, and thereby sort of endanger that development of the market and realizing in the future the benefits that lots of people are seeing today. So in that sense, I think that's a positive starting point. Then I think is really interesting to see the interplay between all the different bits of kind of legislation and rules coming out at the European level. I think in the UK, we're in a slightly different place in our journey in the sense that we've concluded our study. The Competition Markets Authority now investigating those issues and looking at where remedies might be appropriate. Our own digital markets legislation is currently moving through Parliament. So I think the Data Act, DSA gives us a really useful benchmark in that respect. I think there's lots we can learn and hopefully coordinate on in the future, and that comes out very nicely from the reports as well. A real positive, I think. In terms of, I wouldn't quite cite this as something to improve, but interesting the focus on switching costs and that kind of use of that word switching. I think something that came out very clearly from our study was just the real importance of multi-cloud as a concept in this market, which feels maybe quite different to some other digital markets. And in particular, we heard really strongly from customers that actually the ability to use multi-cloud to get the best in breed products, to build for resilience, to exert some competitive pressure where that's needed too, is vitally important. So thinking about how these barriers can kind of act in a way that might dissuade customers from doing that, as well as switching their whole business potentially to a new provider, is something that came really clearly out to our study and we think is really important. And I'll end there.
Thank you very much. And now, Pierre, if you can react on the report, on what you have heard. I mean, there is, of course, the issue of the Cloud Rulebook, which is seen as a solution and that everyone is waiting for. So, yeah, I mean.
Okay, many thanks for the invitation and for the CERRE report. I think that's the very first positive thing about this report is that this is bringing the issue of cloud competition to the attention of everybody. I think the different report from competition authorities in the Netherlands, in the UK, in France, but also development in Japan and the US are starting socializing the idea that indeed we have a problem. So your report is coming at a very timely moment and is also integrating a bit the state of play on what the issue is. So that's a very first thing. Secondly, I think it highlights the fact that generally the Commission in Europe, we've been very light-handed on the cloud market. If you compare to other sectors, just to name the telecom, there is almost nothing on cloud regulation. So you really have to dig deep into the Data Act. It's a chapter before you actually come to something that is actually really constraining for cloud operators. So we've generally been extremely light-handed. We have actually favored the self-regulation, co-regulation approach. But I think we also need to start taking stock of the fact that there are limits to this approach of self-regulation, co-regulation. Something I really liked in the report as well is the emphasis that is being put on the implementation of the Data Act. I think you're coming up with very useful recommendation. This will be a key focus of attention in the coming months and years by the Commission. We have this tool, we have to make use of it. So let's not reinvent the wheel, come up with new things. Let's first implement what we have committed to. Maybe some suggestion or things we see are possibly missing in the report or are further areas of development. One is maybe something that we highlighted very strongly in the data strategy, that is the trend in the shift towards edge technology. The fact that cloud computing is becoming more and more granular, that providers are bringing data processing capacities closer to where data are being generated or collected. This will accelerate with the development of AI. So large-scale AI model will have to be instantiated locally, close to the users, according to users' behavior, and that's what edge will allow. So we have to see to which extent the deployment of edge technologies will allow to reshuffle a bit the cards and maybe reintroduce some competition potentially. Along the same vein, I think looking at supply-side instruments is something that we need to also look into. The Commission has put a lot of focus on this, using state-aid instrument, for instance. The Commission approved at the end of last year an important project of common European interest on next-generation cloud and edge technologies. We have also to acknowledge that the amount of state aid that are granted are extremely small if you compare to the broader investment patterns that are being made in cloud in Europe. But still, it's a start. And the other aspect would be to look at public procurement, the role of public procurement. In the first place, this is what has driven concentration in the US in particular. So that's something that we also need to look into further, how we can leverage public procurement to reintroduce competition in Europe. Thank you.
Thanks. Can I ask you two follow-up questions? So first on this cloud rulebook, if you can say something and whether it could be a solution. And another one, perspective as well, is, I mean, we discussed there is, if I take the competition issue, not so much the security issue or the industrial policy issue, but it's the competition issue, which is one of the main focus of the report. I mean, we have competition law, we have the Data Act, we have the DMA, although Antonio is not very convinced that we should use the DMA, and I agree with him. And then we have the DNA, the future telecom law that was mentioned. So, I mean, which of those different instruments do you see will be the most powerful in changing the competitive game there? If you had to rank them, you know, from the first to the last, which one? How would you rank them?
Okay, then
and of course you have to be careful because
we're cooperating very closely with our
don't listen
colleagues. No worry there. So as I was mentioning, the Data Act is of extreme importance. We will focus a lot on the implementation of the Data Act, and that's why there's a bit less a pressing need to go towards this rule book. We were very clear in the first place that the rule book was not going to introduce any new rules. The objective was, at the time when we sensed the rules that apply to cloud providers were not very clear, to kind of compile all of this under some sort of a soft law instrument to make it clear both to users and providers what are the applicable rules in Europe. Having consulted with stakeholders, we see a bit less of a pressing need there. Conversely, we see much more urgency to work on implementation, and you have seen that the entry into force of the Data Act, which came at the beginning of the year, already kicks off the gradual reduction of egress fees, for instance. This is clearly a focus of attention for the Commission. We need to establish link with the competent authorities in the member state that will support us in the monitoring of this. And that's where maybe there is synergies to be established with the telecom world. We somehow indicate that enforcement authorities who is competent in electronic communication could be the right actor. At the same time, we see that there is convergence between communication networks, cloud technologies. Maybe there are some synergies to be established there.
Okay, thank you. And Jamie, can I go to you also with same kind of question? I mean, there is all those different instruments. Which one? How Microsoft is preparing itself for all those instruments? And I mean, if you can say something on competition law, Data Act, DMA, and possible DNA.
Well, it's a bit of the complexity that I mentioned earlier too. That it's definitely difficult at sometimes, especially where some of the terms start to overlap and some of the terms still beg further clarification, I think. So it is a challenge, no doubt about it. But I think the dialogues that we've had there have been important. I think it's dialogues that we're having also not just with authorities and regulators, but customers who are looking to us to help sort out that environment. So once again, it's some of the complexity that's there. I think it was good that the report highlighted that the Data Act in particular presents a potentially unique challenge that the authorities that are competent for enforcing different chapters are really left up to many different member states. So that can be a compliance challenge when you may have to talk to multiple authorities in one jurisdiction or one country versus others. I don't know whether we could rank them because I know that we've been actively engaged in, discussions and dialogues with DMA in particular. DA, as Pierre just had mentioned, kicked in at the beginning of the year, so we're already looking at all the compliance efforts we need to do in that space. And yeah, in the next mandate, I imagine this is still going to be more and more of a moving target. So the interplay between those instruments, I think, is super important, and it can be a challenge to understand, and I think some of these were, let's not forget, these were political processes. There were deadlines. I think anybody who's worked here, and I certainly saw it up close, in the interest of speed sometimes, we landed on certain words here for reasons of efficiency, and then that sometimes begs further clarification. I've heard many different interpretations about what's expected with this provision or that provision. So the Cloud Rulebook could be helpful in that sense, but as Pierre mentioned, it's not legally binding, it's not new rules, but it could provide an interpretation. Is it going to be helpful? I certainly hope so. But everyone has had some different interpretations, right? And we talk about switching costs, and we talk about some of the changes that entered into the process there. Prohibition of egress, it's pretty clear, but there are changes which reflect some of the long-term contracts, the discounts that are built into that, the bandwidth that's incurred with some of the egress, how do those costs get passed on? Switching still has a cost, but where do you compensate that now in a compliance space when you have to prohibit this aspect? But it gets very complicated. So I wouldn't rank them, but I do think it's an interplay that is a challenge from a compliance perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there some question in the room on those issues we discussed? Okay, if not, I have a lot, so it's not a big problem, but I mean, I first want to give the right to do this. No, if not, okay. Fergal, can I ask you another question, is how you see the international cooperation with the UK, the EU and others? Because, I mean, we are talking about hyperscalers, so we are talking about global firm, in part, not only, but in part. So how do you see this international cooperation with the EU and also beyond?
So I think one of the features of our work in the study was kind of the many close conversations we had with kind of authorities in France, Netherlands, the US, Japan throughout the course of the study. And that sort of way of working is really ingrained into how we look at sort of not just competition issues, but really all our kind of policy issues as regulators. So I think that should hopefully continue. And it's a crucial part of us doing our kind of work effectively. And then when you get down to sort of thinking about remedies, interventions, and how they might apply to global firms, kind of cross-cutting across borders, I think that's then you have to think about how do you sort of take that coordination up a notch. And so we're not leaving a sort of patchwork of different regulations, interventions that start to look not coherent rather, and make sense to the companies themselves and ultimately for customers. I think in the UK, something we also have a challenge with is sort of even just sort of cooperation between the different regulators who have a stake in cloud, because we're here talking about competition, but there's also security and resilience angles, there's data kind of protection angles as well. We have a kind of digital regulators cooperation forum that kind of drives coordination between those bodies. So you sort of put that element over it as well, and it kind of adds another layer of complexity. But I think the kind of relationships and structures are there to essentially to make it work. And so I think we're in a good place.
Okay, and in the UK, do you think cloud will become more and more an important topic for the DCRF, for the Digital Cooperation Forum that you mentioned, or no? Do you see that as a big next, or one of the big next thing for the DCRF?
I think it's a big thing now, and I think it goes back to the point that kind of has been made kind of throughout the day about cloud being sort of foundational technology when it comes to underpinning new innovations, and particularly sort of AI, but I know you're talking about metaverse later as well. We're talking about often the same players stretching across these markets, moving into adjacent markets. So there's a lot of kind of interconnections there, and it sort of, to an extent, all starts with cloud as a foundation. So yes, I don't think it's a case of sort of, will it become the next big thing? I think it's already like clearly on the radar.
Okay, and maybe a last question to maybe Pierre, Jeremy, and also Solange is, I mean, when I was listening to Benoît Cœuré, I was a bit worried that, I mean, every member states go on the top in their own way, on the top of what we have. I mean, we have already quite a bit with the Data Act, with the European competition law, and the case you are pursuing. So, don't you think that there is a risk that the member states go, I mean, top up a bit the European obligation, and or do you think it's a good thing because we don't know, and so it's good to experiment in one country over another, and then we will learn? I mean, what's your view on that? Maybe Pierre, Jeremy, and Solange, and then we will close.
No, I don't see this very much as a danger. I think we have enough dialogue, cooperation with a member state on cloud issues to make sure that the possible remedies, the recommendation are addressed rather at European level. I think all the member states acknowledge that the cloud market, they are really European, if not global by nature. So remedies at national level are pretty much irrelevant in that respect. Just making a connection with your previous question, that's one avenue of opportunity we see in terms of global cooperation in the implementation of the Data Act is the identification of relevant standards and open interoperability specifications that will be recognized in the Data Act. It's very open in that respect. So, of course, we will be looking at the best of breed that exists in the world, not only in Europe.
Thank you. Jeremy, you want to react on this fragmentation issue, and then I will close with Solange, and then the two authors will have the last word.
I mentioned it a little bit earlier. Of course, it can be a problem. It's a challenge. It doesn't have to be, a fatal flaw. But you have seen some member states already move forward with, I wouldn't even call it gold plating, but maybe going beyond some of the provisions in some of these acts. And I think when it comes to the enforcement of that, I mentioned, the decentralized nature of enforcement of the Data Act, which the report also calls out. That's a tough space to navigate. I mean, member states have to designate different authorities. That's a lot of conversations potentially to have. And at the higher level, it's the potential for different interpretations, which complicate any compliance effort. So it's going to require a lot of dialogue. I hope there's at least a conversion of sorts. But yeah, I think we'll wait and see and learn more over the next year.
Thank you. Solange, do you see a risk of fragmentation, or do you think it's good because then France will go further and you will be happy? We don't hear you. We don't hear you at this stage.
You don't hear me?
Yeah, now we do. Now we do. Thanks.
Indeed, you can see some risk, yes, it's true, but we can see some opportunities too, as well. So in France, for example, we have an example with the CERRE. It's the data space bill that adopted by France recently, and this bill contains some provisions that aim to anticipate provisions of the Data Act. Why? I think that and OVH Cloud welcomes this bill in France, even it's with anticipation. This bill is mostly complies with the Data Act, but anticipates. Why they did it? I think we need both level. I already said it, national and European level. And what we see is that at European level, sometimes things go very slowly. And the situation of the market, on the cloud market, we think that the situation currently requires urgent solutions, urgent measures. And what we have with this national French regulation is that the French legislators understood that it was very urgent to do something. For example, to anticipate the end of the egress fees. End of the egress fees under the Data Act will be in 2027. It's very long. We need to go faster than that. So I think it's not a risk, it's an opportunity. And what we are talking about is to have fair competition practices, to have a level playing field for each cloud stakeholders. So I think that the objective justifies these needs and the fact that we can have specific regulations in some at a state member level. Of course, the regulation must not go completely against the European regulations. We will have big issues, but if it's only about anticipating it and precising what the European regulation does, for me, it's quite fair and it's justified again.
Thank you very much. And so now, les auteurs ont le dernier mot.
Just thank you very much for all your comments. Are very interesting, and I think the key word was complexity, both in a positive way and in the negative way, which is very true, because that's a very complex market and industry, and the regulation, of course, reflect this complexity. And about just a couple of, general reply.
Too many, huh?
No.
Not too many and not too complex.
A couple, two. And no, about the fragmentation and way decentralization. Of course, the Data Act is a symmetric regulation, so it's applied to all players, which, of course, generally speaking, gave the room for it makes sense to have some more decentralization compared to the Digital Market Act, where you regulate only very large global player. Of course, this comes with some trade-off and some complexity, exactly. So that's we didn't want to say that. Of course, this institutional setting was not appropriate, but just wanted to highlight what could be the risk and the trade-offs. And about all the instruments also that was mentioned. Also, competition law, of course, is one of them. And of course, this is even more, if there were some problem in competition law enforcement in digital markets, which was the reason for the DMA here, maybe it's even more complex because you have an oligopoly. So it's not that easy to apply competition law. Unless you, of course, define or find a dominant position or a joint dominant position, but it's not. It's even more complex. So that's. And in fact, the CMA, the ACM, maybe not consider their concurrence, but they are applying their market investigation powers. So in a way, regulatory powers more than competition law enforcement. So it's the complexity is even wider than we depicted in our report, but we wrote already 130 pages. So I think it was enough. Maybe there will be a second part next year. Or
Thank you, Antonio. Daniel.
Yeah, thank you very much for the discussion and also the responses. Let me react just to a few selected of them. So one point was with regard to the cloud credits that was brought up again. And I mean, it goes back to the long history of predatory pricing. Is the benefit that we see in the beginning, is this an expression of competition? Because you could also argue those are large benefits that are provided, and so it's really a representation of competition. And I don't want to say that this could not be an issue or a strategic device to also soften competition. But I think we should be very careful in addressing those issues and understanding the anti-competitive effect or have evidence of that before we intervene there, because otherwise, especially in markets with switching costs, you have this general pricing pattern that is not exclusively to cloud computing. Second part on interoperability regulation. And I think that is very important to me when we say also maybe that mandatory standardization is the last resort. That doesn't mean that you cannot do anything else. So there are elements like, as I said, there could be obligations that you have to offer your APIs publicly so that other players can connect. But it comes at a lesser cost in terms of the standardization or the cost that standardization would require if you, in a sense, also lock in the market into one technological standard. You should be very aware of the costs and implications when you do that. And that, I think, is the reasoning of the report. And last point, so going back to Sophie's comment, maybe, is that for cloud computing, I think it's also important to recognize that mostly we have to deal with business customers. And they do make a strategic adoption decision. And I think one angle should really be to support those customers in doing this decision and facilitating to be a competitive one. And I'm sometimes a little bit puzzled when the argumentation is, okay, we have to regulate that the providers offer something because customers want it. There I'm trying to understand what is missing that providers do not step in and precisely offer these needs, because that would be an angle of introducing competition. If you now regulate that, we're probably back to the same established players. So for me there, looking forward, it's also to better understand why is there no market-based alternative in that sense for those specific issues.
Thank you very much for this panel. Please join me in thanking the speaker. And now we will go to the other panel. So if the other panel can come on the floor. And Fabiana and Sean, well, Fabiana is online, I guess. And Sean, come to the mic, that would be great. So this is another report that CERRE has done and is on the CERRE website, and that is on virtual world. And so here again, I mean, we have several authors, and as always, as we do in CERRE, we try to have an interdisciplinary team which deal with those complex issues. So we will start with a presentation. Please, again, the author, keep it to 10 minutes. Together, and then we will have a discussion with the panel in the same way. One thing you like, one thing you could have been improved in the report, and then the last word to the panel, to the author again. So Fabiana, thank you very much, and you have not the floor, but you have the screen.
Thank you. Thanks very much. We have drafted this report, combining together a legal perspective and an economic one. So basically, we have identified 3 stages of development to make sense of the many definitions of virtual worlds and metaverse that exist both in policy papers and in the literature. Then we identified what policy issues are relevant in the discussion of virtual worlds. and to then make recommendations concerning especially those policy issues and the regulatory gaps we have identified. This next slide. We can switch to the next one. Okay. As I said before, definitions that circulate in policy papers and the literature are all quite general, not to say descriptive. So we used a holistic approach to find and make sense of all of those definitions. And we found that, in fact, they do not diverge. Rather, they envisage 3 different stages of development. And these are the present situation, which we call birth stage, where we have siloed virtual worlds in several different sectors. Then we have a second phase, which the EC called the metaverse, while we prefer calling it a network of interoperable virtual worlds. And then this is the phase we are aiming to. And this is where the most tricky aspects and overlaps from a legal point of view emerge. The third and last maturity stage is clearly less defined, and it intercepts the debates over the Web 4.0. And that's where, if you, as we tried to depict in the figure, the idea would be to have a metaverse that would englobe everyone and everything, and would most probably coincide with the web. Next slide, please. So what we found is that the EC definitions and the literature one are basically converging they all encompass the same characteristics of virtual worlds like immersivity, synchronicity, persistence, and three-dimensionality, and they are the more and more converging, something which is new compared to what happened just before the EC published its communication in 2023. Next slide, please. So to identify policy issues, we built on literature review, responses to questionnaires that we built, and feedback documents that were submitted to the European Commission in its call for evidence, and then, of course, the EC communication and staff working document. We found that not all aspects of virtual worlds raise policy issues or manifest regulatory gaps. Quite to the contrary, only a number of aspects raise special concerns, since several of them are already tackled by existing policy and regulation. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the issue that we identified. User experience, there are a number of themes there. Like we found that attractiveness, perceived quality, as device, and a trade-off between efficiency in terms of low cost of device and technology versus accessibility and inclusiveness should be considered. The second one is mass content creation, which means that users are employing technology, and especially generative AI, to produce content and applications within virtual worlds. So how should this be incentivized besides monetization is something that we dealt with in the report. And also another thing that we found that is very relevant is how to foster seamless movement of items. Concerning technologies and connectivity infrastructure, because the latter are ensured through several different technologies and infrastructure. I mean, like 5 fixed high-speed networks, mobile high-speed networks, including 5G and 6G, edge computing and Bluetooth. What is the problem here? We find that because each of these technology provides different experience, And we need to reach a unified network of virtual worlds and allow seamless mobility and persistence. Therefore, all of those infrastructures should be made compatible at some point. Concerning governance, the most debated issues are the degree of interconnection.
We lost the connection. I don't know if... A commercial for what? For metaverse or for CERRE? Or for CERRE in the metaverse? That may be the next step.
Sure, or rather on a decentralized framework.
Okay.
Okay, this is my last slide. As far as the policy issues we identified, we have behavior moderation, whereby, unfortunately, although the current legal frame
Okay, I don't know if it is a problem of connection on our side and on their side. On her side, okay. So maybe we should move on and then go to the presentation of Sean, which is more the economic part, and then we will come back to Fabiana at the end. So please, Sean.
Okay. Then maybe I just want to focus on one particular aspect of these, if I may, which is to do with interoperability and standardization. So this is a topic that came up in the last session as well, and there's some aspects of it that are, in a sense, common between them. So maybe it's worth first noting that the communication considers standardization as key to enabling interoperability between different platforms, and so ensuring standardization is achieved is really a high priority for the Commission. And so any type of standards harmonization would really need to be very much focused on cross-jurisdictional considerations and also involving consulting with multiple stakeholders. That's the position of the Commission. I think it's really important to think about the complexity of the products here. So interoperability can be very broadly defined and almost impossible to achieve, or depending on how it's defined, can reduce the incentives to create new worlds or new products. And we're at a kind of science fiction stage to some extent for some of these products where we can imagine what they might look like, some of the things that are coming. We probably don't have a very good idea of all that's coming. And so there's enormous innovation yet to arise here. And it's kind of unusual to regulate products in great detail before we even know what the product is. So our thought on interoperability is that we're dealing with a market that's highly has an enormous number of features. Let's call them features. This is the way of describing complexity. A lot of different dimensions of features for many different use cases. There are dozens of use cases here. And so a simple, flat requirement for interoperability would be difficult to implement. But also, we've got the innovation that we really want to encourage. And so innovation might not be encouraged by interoperability in some use cases, but it might be encouraged by interoperability in others. And so this is where we have some thoughts that for different parts of virtual worlds, there may be a very good case for interoperability in some instances. For others, perhaps a less good case. And so that then feeds into some of our recommendations. So first of all, we think it is very useful to draw this distinction between the different types of virtual worlds, the different stages of virtual worlds of birth, infancy, and maturity, and to think about that also for dealing with regulatory gaps that might be arising. In terms of incentives, we would argue that it's really important to incentivize the development of virtual worlds in general, and this can occur through a variety of techniques, but it's clear that one thing that's involved is making sure that property rights are very clear in these markets in a variety of respects. In terms of policy instruments, really the number of tools out there is highly varied. And so it's not just rules and harmonized standards. There's also accountability of users and providers in virtual worlds who, and to some extent, I'm sure there will be increasing law that develops about who is legally responsible for different types of circumstances. And there's a hierarchy of providers in virtual worlds, ultimately. That'll be very complex. So we would want a variety of policy instruments to be considered. In terms of interoperability, a proportionality standard might be appropriate for determining which aspects of the worlds might be required to have interoperability. For enforcement, we think it's very complex, the types of law enforcement that might be taking place in these worlds, as, for example, avatars might move from one world to another world, or goods, virtual goods might move from one to another, or be combined, half virtual, half physical. This is going to be very tricky as it evolves, and we think enforcement considerations need to be brought into play early. Regulators need to think about the ability to achieve minimum scale for these products. Because if we don't achieve minimum scale, then they're not going to evolve. And then we would also encourage regulators to apply a cost-benefit analysis as they think of new regulations, so that they would be considering the full implementation costs and social benefits as new products might be developed.
Thank you very much. And so now we will move to the panel. 3 are on site and 2 are not in the metaverse but online. So on site we have Laura from Snap, from Snap. Then we have Andrea Tognoni from Five Friends Foundation, and here Dimitri Sarafinov from the French Institut Géographique National, which is a form of data authority in France, so I don't know how to define. But and then online, I don't know if we can see them online. That would be nice. We have Juliana Cosa from Qualcomm, and then Rihanna Schwininger-Ladak from DG Connect. And as I will do as the previous panel, I will ask Rihanna to intervene last. And react on the report and on what she has heard. And now we can start maybe with you, Laura, on what did you think about the report?
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. So I think, I mean, first of all, congratulations to the team, because it's been, I mean, it's a very interesting paper. I think it makes a great job into taking stock of the different definitions that, you know, both from the literature and also, you know, that have been elaborated by different stakeholders so far, of this very complex and still quite vague concept of virtual worlds. I think also, I mean, of course, the paper identifies the main feature of virtual worlds and common denominator of all these definitions, which is basically the blending of real and virtual reality to different degrees, and of course, varying and depending on the enabling technologies which are being used. And these are basically AR, VR, XR. I think, and also when it comes to the definition, the work done to identify the 6 key characteristics of the of virtual worlds, it's very helpful, especially, you know, when looking at some of the dimensions like immersivity, persistence, and again, you know, acknowledging how different technologies, enabling technologies play a different role and you basically lead to different experiences. What I think could have been done better is actually, doing a deep dive into what does it make, what are the implications of those, differences when it comes to, policy risks or anyway, implications for policymakers. And again, because especially when it comes to, recommendation around user experience, those features really can define totally different entirely words. So I think, that's an area where definitely, there could be additional, any additional welcome thoughts would be welcome, basically. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrea.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For those of you who don't know, Five Rights Foundation is an international NGO that...
You speak closer to the mic.
Yeah, is an international NGO that works for digital environments that protects and promotes children's rights. So I will stick to children with regard to the report. What we liked is, well, first of all, that the dedicated paragraph is in the regulatory gaps section, which is already, I think, adding clarity to what the issue is. I think it recognizes correctly the need for specific measures based on the rights and the needs and the vulnerabilities of children in virtual worlds, and how they should be not only protected in the metaverse, but also empowered. So the rights also promoted in a way. And then there is a reference to the Better Internet for Kids strategy of the European Commission, which is obviously very broad and very complete. I would say, maybe nothing that I disliked, but this is a good start, but not enough, perhaps. Would have liked to see more in terms of solutions. I think the solutions focus a lot on basically blocking children from virtual worlds or excluding them from them or creating specific virtual worlds where they should be limited to. And age gating, many others, and there is a lot of focus on digital literacy and education, which obviously will have a role together with parental controls, but there should be more focus on what the companies should do to design virtual worlds that are really safe and empowering by design and default for children. I would have liked to see more of a more developed analysis on the specific risks that the children face, maybe just because we've done some of that as well, but also on specific measures that could be applied in virtual worlds to prevent these risks and to prevent the harms, because whereas we are all waiting for the benefits and the potential, I think that we also see that the risks and some harms are very much present already, from harassment to privacy and data protection risks. I think we can talk a lot about that. So in terms of the last point that I would have developed more, in terms of the regulatory gaps, I think there is a recognition that there is a regulatory gap, but perhaps already some more hints to what could be done could have been included, because the regulatory gaps will help, I think, also underpin, let's say, a direction for innovation that is needed. I think there is a lot of focus on innovation, but not so much from a children's rights perspective. The recognition that it needs to be innovation towards also making virtual worlds safer, more empowering, and better for children. I'm representing children here, but I think it's true also for other vulnerable groups.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Now, Dimitri.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I try to be short because we are that way now. Everything in later. So, thank you for inviting me for this roundtable. First of all, I would like to thank the team for the report. I think I was not implied myself, but some colleagues, but now I just changed job and I would be more implied in the next future. First, why I really enjoy reading this report and making comments, it's the semantic. For me, the semantic, the definition of virtual worlds and the 3 stages of maturity is really the key to be sure, to ensure we have the same understanding of what we talk. So for me, is really the first level for regulation and standardization. So it's really key for me. And making this effort within the group, I think, is really good and really valuable for the future. Even some pieces are missing, you say. But I think it's really a first step and a good one. The second one I will focus on is about the recommendation on interoperability, because I've been working on standards since 15 years already, so both at the EU and also for NATO, for defense. So, yeah, interoperability is needed and required for some aspect, but we don't need to go too far. I mean, we have to find the right balance between interoperability, the constraint that comes with interoperability, and also to keep a right leverage with innovation, because the main players for virtual worlds would be main companies, big companies, but we need to find the right level of interoperability and standardization requirements. Now, as I'm part of IGN, so the French mapping agency, as we introduced, I'm leading the digital twin program at IGN. So we have a quite maybe different or very specific view angle of the virtual world. Because for us, the virtual world would be just a digital replica of the real world. So how we replicate the real world to have a tool for taking better decisions, and more specifically to support the ecological transition, because the French mapping agency is related to the environmental ministry. So for us, it's how we gather all the environmental information in one space, so in the cloud. How we can regulate the access to that. I mean, most of our data from the French mapping agency are open. There are also many of the data from the public government are open. But if you aggregate all this data, they become more sensitive. And we have already identified a risk. If we really open this aggregate of data of the digital twin, may be quite a risk for some security or defense purposes of the national territory. So it's one of our main concerns we have right now. Another concern about virtual worlds, it's also we need this digital replica of the national territory to run simulation, to decide for the future public policies, and also to track them, to see really the impact of our policy on the territory, on the forest, on the biodiversity, on everything we can manage in the real world. So, and for sure, we have also use case about security, defense. We have the Olympic Games coming on in France, so virtual worlds, but with real information into it is really key topic for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we go online, and I will start with Juliana from Qualcomm. Your assessment of the report, if you want.
Thank you so much. For those of you who are not familiar with Qualcomm, I just give a short intro about us. So we are an innovator and a leading developer of the different standards, coming from 2G to 5G and future 6G wireless system and technologies. And we've been expanding our portfolio over the last years into horizontal business models, and you can find us in different products as smartphones, cars, and in the industrial environment. We started working on the concept of virtual worlds over a decade ago, and with a dedicated XR chipset encompassing a wide range of virtual experiences from VR, AR to MR. And we see now a great momentum in the XR ecosystem. And you can see it right now here on the panel as well, the fantastic dialogue we are having and the great cooperation between a think tank, between different industries, and between the European Commission, working closely with Rihanna. And I think this is already the first great step which we all took. And the report is in this context, being published at the right time, in my opinion, because at this early stage, we can already, or we can still form what's needed to boost innovation and to boost different business models to have in the future, a new reality in parallel. So during the work, on the report over the past months, we had like a great cooperation, as I already mentioned, and I think the report gives a great step and basis for the discussions around standardization, interoperability, and connectivity, which is the basis. So, I mean, we need to focus more on the connectivity aspect, because then we can go further and talk about the next drivers which are needed as well to make virtual worlds a reality. And so for the report per se, it has already been mentioned that the recommendations could have been written or elaborated a bit more detailed, but I mean, it's a first step. There will be more, and we have great platforms to discuss this in detail as well. But for us at Qualcomm, as I already mentioned, connectivity is key. And therefore, we would like to share like the recommendations when it comes to the 5G rollout, or so that the virtual worlds can be accessed seamlessly. Then the interoperability is a huge aspect. We heard different opinions so far. At the one hand, we heard that a full interoperable ecosystem would be too early to have it right now and could harm innovation. But for us in Qualcomm, we believe it's key. So we are fully in line with the European Commission's aim to have an open and interoperable ecosystem. And we at Qualcomm has already developed our Snapdragon Spaces platform, which brings together different developers and manufacturers who can work on XR applications. And as I already mentioned, it's fully interoperable. And this is our main goal. And as a third point, I would like to mention as well incentives and R&D frameworks and the collaboration aspect. I think this is a big field as well. We all need to work together in this ecosystem to make it a great success.
Thank you very much, Juliana. And then we finish with you, Rihanna. So you are the Commission, so you have a very important role in running all of this. So could you tell us again what you like in the report, what you think could have been improved, and also maybe if you have some reaction of what you have heard so far, that would be very useful for us.
All right. Can you let me know if you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you very well.
All right. I see nothing. All right. So good evening, actually, already from stormy Luxembourg. So I'm Rehan, and I'm in charge of the strategy of virtual worlds, but I'm also in charge of all the R&D, the deployment, and the collaboration in relation to XR. So I've been, liaising with a lot of the panelists here. So really nice to see you. So thanks a lot to the authors for really taking Fabiana, Ennis, and Daniel for spending a lot of time analyzing the different, definitions and trying to understand our language choice, which are more kind of policy choice, and why we've opted, for some of the terms virtual worlds, which is a kind of broader designation that encompasses not only virtual worlds, but also any type of virtual environments that may emerge in the Web4 landscape. So more than definitions for the Commission, it is about a vision and about a direction. It's a direction towards a wider, deeper technological transition beyond tech hubs that would allow the seamless connection between people and machine. And really impact the way we work, interact, produce, socialize. So the overarching, goal with our strategy was to say that the EC believes in the huge potential that virtual worlds can bring, also obviously in the risk that it will bring, let's help our businesses and the industry take the lead, but the developments towards for virtual worlds and towards Web 4 must reflect EU values and principles of openness, security, trustworthiness, fairness, and inclusion. So this is, the direction we wanted to give. And in the strategy, we've not used the word definition. Yeah, we've said, what are we talking about? So it's really to make sure that we are using a common language without saying this is a kind of legal definition. But nonetheless, it is good, to have this comparison. And obviously, I welcome also the definition that the authors have proposed. It's really valuable time, and it will be also valuable when time comes for legal definitions that we're far from those legal definitions at the moment. And I've also, read and heard with interest the perspectives, economic and legal perspectives on these 6 big clusters, which in a way they mirror, also the clusters of our communication. So they make a lot of sense from a policy perspective. What I would recommend as a next step, what could be improved, it's what the author says. I think the next step could be to go a bit deeper into one of the areas and to say, okay, for instance, when you see the recommendations that you put forward, and so there's a plethora of tools, but obviously we cannot do everything at the same time. So what would you, in terms of priority, what would be the priority of action? So that could be a second step to say, what would make sense for the EC in terms of the EU added value that would bring, and also in terms of standardization. We've heard that it's not the silver bullet. Standardization makes sense where indeed there's a need to be really aware. Is it about the devices? It is about the content? Is it about the avatars? So I would really look forward to some priorities in the recommendation that you would put forward for this. Voilà. And back to you. But the mic is back to you on the stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Rihanna, for your comment and your observation. So, what is interesting, this is the third panel on topics which are related but not the same. But I mean, we can see that there are some common theme going for all those kind of foundational technology, and one is the thing about interoperability that you mentioned, and openness, which is a difficult issue because, as you say, there is several trade-off, economic trade-off, but also trade-off with security. So non-economic trade-off, if you want. And so one question which comes for AI, for cloud, and here now for virtual world is, what's the optimal level of openness and interoperability in a way, And this is something maybe we want to dig a bit further. But I mean, this is something I think we still don't have right theory. But I mean, Sean, you may correct me. You are the economist in the room, so you should know that if they are the right theory or not. But a theory in the context of those kind of ecosystem that we are talking about. The second thing is, and that's more for the lawyers. I mean, this multiplication of instrument, and how they can be implemented in a coherent manner. Now we know that will be the next challenge of the Commission. Because the Commission will be much more than before involved in the implementation of all those different instruments, and that will not be easy because I mean many instruments still left some ambiguity for good reason. A politician, I mean, you very often the ambiguity is the price of compromise, but then at some point you have to, when you apply it, you have to leave the ambiguity. So that would be quite a challenge to how to coordinate all those instruments. And then the last issue which come across all those our three panelists, the issue of international cooperation, because we are talking about platforms which are global for AI, for cloud, for now virtual world. And so the question is whether we have the right coordination mechanism at the international level to deal with a problem which are similar, even if we clearly have a value which are different. But so, I mean, I think that those are, in a way, three themes which cross across all those panels that we are discussing. So I don't know if among the panelists, so I will go back to the author at the end, and if you can address this as well as anything else that you have heard. But if among the four panelists we have, three on site and sorry, the five panelists we have. I'm very bad at mathematics. That's why I did law and not economics, like your friend here. No, but I mean, do you want to react on one of those three themes or want to say something? Because I mean, those are, I think, the very next step that in every of those themes, the Commission and the regulators and all of us, we will have to face. I don't know, Laura, you want to say something?
So yeah, maybe on the interoperability bit. I think, I mean, that's, okay, I don't have an answer, but I would say from our perspective, well, maybe just a few words about Snap and AR. I mean, like, we're well known for, you know, our popular platform, Snapchat. What many people might not know is that we are actually also a technology company deeply invested in augmented reality. And so when it comes to discussion around interoperability, I mean, the feeling is always like, it really depends where we are at, I would say, in terms of, industrial cycle. And I feel like, you know, I think the study and the paper does a good job, an excellent job, actually, really stressing all these nuances, because of course, I mean, the paper also suggests a definition which is quite ambitious, because it's actually encompassing all the different levels of developments of virtual worlds, so going from the siloed ones to the interconnected to the Web 4. But like, from you know, an operator perspective, we feel like we're still at the very early stage of development. And of course, when you know, thinking about mandating interoperability has a huge cost in terms of incentives for operators. So not clear answer there, but like, I would really say, I mean, I think it really depends on the maturity of the market. And of course, as Rihanna was saying, I mean, the Commission is all about the direction of travel, where they want to land, but we also have to face the fact that we're really early on right now. So it might be also premature to work on this.
Yeah, I mean, and that's in a way the classical dilemma of regulating emerging technology. You know, if you are too early, you risk of killing innovation. If you are too late, you risk of not be able to regulate anymore or in the direction you want to go. So, I mean, this is a difficult trade-off that is traditional. Yeah, if you want to say something, and then...
Yeah, I don't know if it's a cross-cutting fourth word that I wanted to put out there, but I guess I wanted to ask, maybe if people agree, of course, isn't there also a dimension where we should be talking about values as well? As in, how do we ensure that interoperability and innovation and so on and complexity also do not, you know, hamper or, you know, can work for values? Meaning, how do we make sure that these technologies from AI, metaverses of virtual worlds deliver on the promises of, you know, inclusion, empowerment, and enjoyment of everyone's rights? I mean, we're coming from the perspective of children, but yeah, I think this is valid for every citizen. And I think there we should again look a bit more at enforcement. You know, how existing rules can be enforced. You know, is the DSA enough? Is GDPR enough? What are we missing? What are we needing more? And again, making sure that the innovation that we are pushing, and it's right to make sure that we want European virtual worlds and we want innovation, but that is not sort of innovation for innovation's sake. It's sort of value-driven.
Yeah, no. That's very important reminder, and I think that's indeed why we have those new texts on value and digital at the European level. Yes, if you want to say something, you are welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. I was just thinking. I would just try maybe to connect the one and the third topic you highlight. I mean, the level of openness and the fact that virtual worlds are global. I think the level of openness has been already discussed a bit further, but I think one of the most important part is to be sure that we have all the main players around the table, both from public sectors, private sectors, and the citizen, because we want the citizen to be part of the virtual world. So we need to be sure we have all the main players, as for all the regulation or standardization or authority aspects. And if we connect that to the global aspect, we need to ensure that regulation, rules, or everything constrained are the same or consistent or coherent outside with what is done outside of Europe. Because I can see a virtual world, a European virtual world, and a US one or a British one or anything. So we need to make sure that we don't break or have barriers with this regulation.
Yeah, thank you. Juliana, do you want to say something on the, and then I will go to you, Rihanna. Juliana, do you want to say something on those three teams or what you have heard so far?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So I think when we talk about regulation in general, we need to be a bit careful. So I've already heard two keywords, mandating interoperability. Then I've heard, so different regulations has been mentioned as well. So, I mean, we need to ensure that we have a certain level of interoperability. This is for sure. At the same time, we need to avoid over-regulation. This is the main aspect, I think. So what can be done at the first step is to see which kind of regulation we have and which legs are there. And when we talk, for example, about cybersecurity, which is a huge part of virtual worlds as well, and it has already been mentioned, we see the cybersecurity landscape and the regulations which are coming up, which are currently entering into force. And I think that we can already use those kind of regulations to adapt it accordingly into the virtual worlds. But for sure, just to make clear that we do not have a type of over-regulation. And I fully agree that we need to have like one global, let's say it, virtual worlds. I use the plural in this sense. And we need to make sure that we have a cross-border jurisdictional solution for all those points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rihanna?
We speak about regulation, but let's not forget that the Commission is a huge investor. We invest a lot in making sure that our industries, our businesses, our startups, our research centers, our academia, can develop those technologies. So there is regulation, obviously, but there's also all this investment that needs to go into this, forward-looking applications. And it's also what we say, it's also about bringing all the players together. And I think it's one of the panelists who said it, Dimitri who said it, it's how do you bring all the stakeholders together, how do you build this ecosystem. And this is also what we want to do via, a partnership where we can build a kind of roadmap. And the fourth point is, you mentioned that, it's also about, we're not an island, right? It's also about having, like-minded third countries, having like-minded partners that can embark in this journey and with whom we share some of the values. So to come back, it's regulation is one aspect. It's certainly not the pressing one because we already have rules that apply to virtual worlds. We put that in the strategy. And now what we need is the clarity on how they apply and what could be the regulatory gaps. So that will be an area of work for us in the years to come to have more clarity on that.
Thank you very much. Before I give the word to the author, is there some question in the room? Yes, if you can present yourself and a question, not a statement.
Yeah, I definitely have a question. Hi, I'm Connor. I'm from Booking.com, but I will be completely open and say I spent 4 years at Meta before this. So don't hold it against me. All right, so I think one of the pieces missing from the discussion today is on copyright and IP, and I'm really interested to hear feedback from anyone who has it on interoperability and IP law. A classic example that we talk about at Meta is Meta avatars can buy outfits that are branded, like by Versace. How do we expect different worlds, different environments to have that IP work across jurisdictions when we have problems with it in real life now too? Thanks.
Thank you. And there was another question here on the front.
Hello, my name is Bert Haig from BBVA, the Spanish bank. I've got a question concerning the scope, because I have the impression that here we've been talking pretty much about virtual worlds for citizens, for end users. And here question, well, to all, but above all to Rihanna, with her drive to foster the innovation in these worlds. So what are you doing for industrial virtual environments? I mean, there are huge opportunities for European industrial players to develop these worlds. Are there different aspects, maybe also a question to you, are there different aspects? Are you fostering innovation in these virtual environments too?
Okay, thank you. Rihanna, if you want to reply on that, and on IP if you want, and then I give the word to the author to conclude, react to what they have heard, and maybe address the question they have mentioned, but we have to finish at 50.
Yeah, very quickly. So indeed, on the industrial, I would say, dimension, I think it's a fundamental one, because this is not only about building the R&D capability. It is about making sure that this helps our industries, to take it forward. So we've had in our research and research innovation code, there are really industry-specific, industry-focused application. And the whole purpose of the partnership will be to bring industry together so that they come and propose a roadmap, which will be useful for them. So it's really about, supporting the industrial competitiveness in the EU very much. And in relation to Connor's question on copyright, well, we mentioned that in the strategy. We do say that there are issues in relation to unclarity, in relation to rights, for instance, when it comes to NFT. And there is a need for further, for really clarifying, what happens, when NFTs are traded. So I think we will be developing this area of work, but overall in copyright, I think my colleagues who are in charge of copyright, they will be, better suited to say what are their plans in relation to the whole copyright framework.
Thank you. Fabiana. You are mute? Yeah, you are on mute.
Thank you very much for all of those comments. Of course, I'm trying to, not to answer all of them, but to leave also to my co-authors. Concerning the last point that was made regarding investments, we do think that the idea of supporting the European industry should also be balanced against the technological neutrality, and that is extremely relevant. I will leave interoperability to Sean because he's kind of specialized on that. What is the priority? For sure, the international dimension of both regulation and is crucial. But being a virtual world essentially of multi-state, and they trespass the boundaries. But what I would say is that we need speed. We need speed in enforcement. We need speed, especially in compliance, ensuring compliance and ensuring enforcement. We have plenty of rules. We're very happy about that. But if we want them to be effective and not just on paper, on books, I think that what we should do is to use interoperability and to use whatever kind of technological measures we could use to englobe the rules and to englobe the rights within the code. Let me just make an example about that. We spoke about seamlessly moving tokens or NFTs or even avatars, etc. What if one of those NFTs is illegal? would that illegality expressed in terms of European law also be, let's say, transposed in a virtual world that, for instance, has no connection whatsoever with Europe or not? So in that sense, we really need for the code, for the NFT code to encode the fact that it has been found illegal. So what would be the consequences in technological terms, and not just in legal terms? Let's use technology, let's use algorithms and all the innovation we have in order to make sure that if we do not want illegal content, illegal NFTs or illegal tokens to move seamlessly, then we need to have a sort of mark within the very code of the NFTs once it is detected to be illegal. So let's use technology more to make sure that compliance and enforcement is much faster than it is now.
Yeah, thank you, Fabiana. And I think that's a general advice. We should use, I mean, AI is also an opportunity for compliance. And Sean, so the last word.
Okay, thank you. I have no thank you. Now I have volume. Just to speak about interoperability for a second, there's we can think of a number of products where interoperability is really good right now, where it's been introduced by regulation in recent years. And I'm thinking about various sorts of telephony, banking, some sorts of interoperability developed very naturally over internet backbones, email, for example. So those products are very simple products. That's my main point. They're not very complex, whereas a lot of the things that we're talking about here have enormous product variety. And so what this interoperability needs to take into account, I think, both the achievement of necessary interest to achieve the minimum economies of scale and to have takeoff of the product on the one hand, but then on the other hand, to maximize incentives towards innovation where we don't know what the right path of innovation is. And so, so those two things would really be at the top of my list, whatever product we're talking about, and I think very much apply in the case of virtual worlds.
Thank you very much, Sean. So thanks for the panelists. Daniel, sorry you didn't have the time, but we are late. But thanks again for contributing to the report as well. So join me in thanking the panelists. Bruno will take over.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexandre and Fabiana and Daniel and Sean and the panelists. We just go for the last round, and the last round is, his name is Werner Stenck. And Werner is the digital expert in the cabinet of Executive Vice President Margaret Vestager at the Commission. Previously, he was a head of unit in DG Connect. He's the pioneer of the development of the digital laws, as we call them, already a number of years ago. He worked also in the internal market and services, where he oversaw the better regulation cycle. So there is a common thread through your careers. And I can also, he authorized me to disclose, and that's perhaps one of the key news, is he's written a book. And he's written a book on the development of the EU regulation of the digital ecosystems, and it's also wider than that. I had the privilege to read the draft, and I can only encourage you to get hold of that book when it is going to be published in the summer, I understand. So Werner's experience, both in the services and in the cabinet of the commissioner, the executive vice president in charge, Margaret Vestager, I think puts him in a in an ideal position to talk to us about the future of regulating foundational technologies. Werner, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening already. Yeah, many thanks for having me. Many thanks for this very kind introduction, for the publicity. You get 5% of every copy sold to people in this room. Oh, sorry. I was just trying to keep the percentage low. No. Yeah, I'm not going to speak about cloud, not about AI, not about virtual worlds, because you've heard all of this in the last few hours from people who know that stuff much better than I do. So I'll speak more about strategy, about governance, well, that's also in the title of this conference, governance, a bit from the lessons learned probably in this mandate, which was quite exceptional in terms of digital policy making, and then a glimpse into the future. Now, starting with the strategy, my boss is supposed to make Europe fit for the digital age, and that sort of a bit more than 4 years ago, we were sitting in the Parlement, sort of what the hell does that mean? Well, it certainly meant that we are not fit for the digital age, otherwise the objective would be stupid. But so why not fit for the digital age? What does it take to make us fit for the digital age? And there's clearly the two main dimensions were also mentioned in this last panel that I was able to listen to. It's really this innovation and regulation at the same time, not seeing them as a sort of dichotomy, it's one or the other, or one is bad for the other, but it's just the two things that we thought are needed to make Europe stronger. So on the one hand, really this building of digital capabilities, capacities in Europe. So that's the innovation dimension, make Europe a stronger player in the digital world. Enable data-driven innovation, because this is where innovation is taking place more than ever before. And today we heard the key technologies and the key areas probably where this is going to happen. It is also to make Europe more resilient in a geopolitical context. And what we have seen also in the last 4 years, of course, starting from the pandemic, going to the Russian war of aggression, to the energy crisis, all those dependencies, supply chain problems, threats from outside and so on, just made this dimension of strengthening our digital capabilities even more pertinent. At the same time, we said we want all this digital transformation to be human-centered, people-focused. People and companies and small companies should be able to benefit from the advantages of this transformation. It should take place in the full light of our value systems in Europe, of our rights, of our norms and so on. So very, very important. Empower people was also mentioned here, to empower companies, create trust. And then probably linked to that, of course, always the single market, and I've been working in the single market for 28 years now. Nothing of what I just said takes place somewhere in isolation. It's always based on our single market. So whenever we were regulating, we were trying to create a single market for all of these technologies. So not just legal certainty and trust and so on and predictability, but also make sure that if anyone then lives up to the new rule book, whether it's on platforms, on AI, on cybersecurity, on data sharing, what have you, you would have a market of 450 million people at your disposal. So these were the core ingredients of the strategy. As I said, probably the geopolitical dimension was the one that was added throughout this mandate, but otherwise that was the plan. It still is the plan. Now, if we look into the evolution in a way of digital technologies and digital markets, we have come to a very interesting point in time, especially listening to today's sort of state-of-the-art type of stuff, you know, AI and virtual reality and so on. I mean, if we go just 20 years back, I'd hardly arrived in Brussels probably, we didn't have much of an internet to start with. But anyway, at the beginning of this digital transformation, this was full of opportunities for everyone, right? We all stood to gain from all these changes, a lot of innovation going on, uncharted territory, lots of opportunities with the online dimension, opening up markets, creating new services, reaching new customers. So fantastic place for innovation, for consumer welfare, and so on and so forth. Then, of course, we saw 10 years later the transformation into the platform economy, which again is not a bad thing. On the contrary, I'm an economist, and having sort of marketplaces of all sorts kinds brings incredible efficiency gains. So if you have Booking.com in this room, obviously finding a hotel is much easier today when you have a nicely presented range of hotels that you can reach, and you're not just Googling today or Yahooing in the past in search for a small hotel in the Tyrolean Alps. So lots of efficiency gains, lots of opportunities for small businesses to reach consumers, jump on the platforms. But at the same time, of course, this has brought a concentration in the digital world, a concentration of the internet, a concentration of market power, of gatekeepers, and so on. So that's already created a very different planet in digital terms. And now, when we are looking into the next generation of virtual worlds, of AI and so on, we're not starting with those garage type of startups that were so successful 20 years, 10 years ago. Obviously, today's digital leaders and champions are in a very privileged position to make the best of this technology. They have all the capabilities, the capacities, the infrastructures, the knowledge, the market power that helps, of course, now also to benefit from this and to guide and lead this new technological frontier, or to go beyond that. So that's, I think, it's a very important observation to make. So we're not starting from a blank sheet of paper and say, well, whoever has the best idea will prevail. Now, these changes in technology and markets, of course, had repercussions on our regulatory landscape and in terms of governance. Market power, which I just mentioned, of course, led us to propose and adopt in a very short period of time the Digital Markets Act, which was quite a game changer, where we said ex-post competition law enforcement is not enough, it's not fast enough, not far-reaching enough. So we need this ex-ante tool to make sure that markets are contestable. And that is my most important observation when we come to virtual worlds. We have no intention at this stage to regulate virtual worlds. We've done a lot of regulation. I'll come back to that. But what we really want is contestable, open markets, opportunities for everybody, no walled gardens, no lock-in situations, and so on. So what the exact solution will be, we discussed interoperability, the standardization, whatever, needs to be seen what we really need. But what we need is a chance for everybody. Open markets, contestable markets, that's our objective. With the Digital Services Act and the AI Act in particular, we were, of course, trying to address all those online harms that are being addressed all over the world, but Europe leading on this. And that, of course, also means that a lot of the stuff that is happening on AI, a lot of the stuff that is happening on platforms, a lot of stuff happening to children, we have a framework for this now where we're trying to make sure that those risks are mitigated. Now, what is, in terms of governance, probably the biggest innovation happened also in regulatory terms, was the more flexible and future-proof regulation, as I would call it. And that we have done both in the DSA, a bit in the DMA, certainly also in the AI Act. In the good old days, we had a piece of law that contained very clear obligations, and you had to comply with those obligations. And it was a bit of a tick box in a way, either you do or you don't, because it's pretty clear whether you do or you don't. Now, with this technological change, of course, and the speed of change, it's impossible for us to come with a law that precisely defines all the risks that are there and comes with the best risk mitigation measure and say, now do it. When had we done it like this, ChatGPT, for instance, we would have had a new proposal on AI and on the DSA just because AI has evolved. So we needed to find mechanisms to make our framework adaptable. And that's what we did with this sort of more systemic risk approach, which is a very dynamic concept. Risks are changing, risk mitigation is changing. So what we did, however, was to define first what baskets of systemic risks are there, because we couldn't be too detailed. So we said, well, spreading of illegal content, spreading of harmful content, manipulation of elections, risks to children, risks to mental health, and a few others in the field of AI. And then we said, well, who would now actually be subject to these systemic risks? Well, it's the big ones, the systemically relevant ones. In the banking world, of course, and we learned from banking, remember financial crisis 2007-8, we had said, well, some banks are too big to fail because they have systemic impact. Many loans taken out from these banks. If the bank fails, the whole economy goes south. Now, it's a similar concept where we're saying, well, if you're a super large platform like your previous employer, then of course any content that goes viral on such a large platform has a more systemic impact on society than a smaller platform. If a very large foundational model in AI is being used by half of the companies out there, then obviously any potential misuse of that technology will have a very, very different impact than if just a small niche AI system has been put on the market. So that's why we had the gatekeepers and the very large online platforms, very large online services, the very capable general purpose AI systems and so on. But then if you are systemically relevant, what are your obligations? Well, it is to analyze risks and to mitigate risks. And this, in terms of lawmaking, is quite bizarre, actually, because you're legally obliged to do something which we don't even know is going to happen, because you are legally obliged now and in the future to take measures against the risk that may not even have materialized today. So I think that's the biggest innovation in terms of governance that we have seen, with lots of challenges, of course. I mean, the first already is that comes at the expense of legal certainty and predictability, because the good old laws with clear obligations, well, yeah, that's easy to comply with and easy to enforce, or not so easy to enforce, probably easier to comply with if you want. But with these new type of laws, if your company, startup, AI, or virtual world or elsewhere, you always have to have in the back of your mind, oops, tomorrow there may be a new code of conduct in this area that says I should actually be doing much more than I do today, but I don't even know what it is. Yeah. So there is sort of this tension here, but we still thought this was worth the risk, and different risk now. But still, lots of challenges for all of us. A lot of challenges for companies, as I just said. How do you comply with all of those new rules? DSA, DMA, AI Act, Data Governance Act, what have you. It's already quite a challenge. These rules or the obligations, as I just said, may change, may become more demanding in the future, but you don't quite know how today. At the same time, we enforcers, also quite hard, actually. We've seen work on the Digital Services Act, also on the Digital Markets Act, talking with all the large platforms, looking into their risk assessments. They have done these risk assessments for the first time. We have looked into those risk assessments for the first time. Is it good enough? Do they really do everything that is needed to protect children, or should they do more? This is a line, between nothing and a lot, and we have to put the cursor somewhere. Enough. Who says what is enough? Yeah? Are we clever enough to make the judgment? Do we have the data scientists, the experts in terms of algorithmic transparency making, decision making? Sorry. Even if we get all the data from Facebook and YouTube and X, well, probably not X, will we actually be able to analyze that information and draw a clear conclusion from that? Of course, we probably don't on day one, but we need to on day 2 or 3 at the latest. So we're all learning collectively. By the way, enforcement at the central level was another learning, because member states are, of course, they're struggling to regulate and enforce, especially enforce the digital world against very large, globally active operators. So therefore, we also said, well, centralized enforcement, as we have foreseen now in the DSA, in the DMA, in the AI Act, through the AI Office for the very large ones. So we also need centralized enforcement, both from a resources and competence point of view, but also in terms of, one uniform response to those challenges, because otherwise you have France reacting to one phenomenon in one way, and then Finland probably in a very different one, and Greece in the third one. So also that was an innovation, a lot more concentration of enforcement power in Brussels. So that basically are probably my main messages. Probably still finishing with some of the challenges on those codes of conduct, because that is now the new mechanism. We're saying we will now in the future, as from today, jointly with the ecosystem out there, look into risks and risk mitigation, right? Whether it's AI, generative AI, foundation models, whether it is children, whether it is disinformation, and so on and so forth. So we'll be sitting in a room like this probably, and we have the platforms, and we have other parts of the industry, and we have civil society back there. Hello, civil society. Researchers, whoever else is needed. CERRE, of course, Bruno, so don't worry. So we will be discussing in a way what the risks are, but also what risk mitigation should look like. And that, of course, is also a big challenge. And we know this from the traditional world of standardization, which is also dominated, of course, by larger companies that have the competence, the power, the manpower, woman power, excuse me, person power to deal with this. And they can, of course, they may be setting the standards so high that only themselves can comply with this. We have the same risk here. So what about the startups now and the smaller companies that will be affected by these changing codes of conduct? How can we make sure this is inclusive, it's fair, it's proportionate? I think that's, again, it's a beauty and the challenge of this new framework. Last comment, probably, this type of working also opens up the possibility for more global considerations, because nobody prevents us from discussing the same issues with other jurisdictions. It doesn't have to be Europe only. It's our law. Of course, you have to need to comply with our law in Europe. But as we discussed in the G7 Code of Conduct on AI, as we discussed after the Bletchley Park Declaration in the UK a few months ago, of course, our researchers are supposed to talk to one another, and our AI safety institutes are supposed to talk to one another, and we can jointly identify risks, and we can jointly discuss good risk mitigation. So that's also, I think, a nice possibility to get a bit out of our rabbit hole, while at the end, of course, then decide, well, for Europe, that is what is needed, that is what's required, and what needs to be enforced. And with that, back to you, Bruno.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Werner. I think your speech was really, I think in English you say tour de force, because really it provided us with, I would say, a grid to understand the big picture, to understand what has been the policy drive that the Commission has been working on for the last 5, 6, 7 years, and we're very, very proud to have had the privilege of accompanying you in various capacities in that work. But you also provided us with an understanding of what are the drivers which have been and which continue to lead the policymakers in this exercise, and perhaps I would just say two remarks. The first one, it's clear that the road goes on, the way goes. You know, how does it? There's a song. And the show must go on, and it's interesting to see that, you know, we are in a process, and there are many steps ahead. And the last thing, if I may say, is that with a speech like that, you really won't need any publicity for your book. Let me perhaps. So, I mean, it's very late, and I don't want to make a long conclusion, but perhaps bear with me for 2 minutes. It's clear that it's been a very rich, I think, very rich afternoon, and we've explored the intricate landscape of generative AI, virtual worlds, cloud computing. I hope that the insights that were shared by our academic team and by the keynote speakers and the engaging discussions among the industry leaders, the civil society representatives, and the policymakers. I hope all this contribute to pave the way forward, the path forward. I'm excited to announce that following the success of the CERRE DMA Compliance Forum project, and in parallel with the previously announced DSA Compliance Forum, we will also launch a CERRE AI Implementation Forum project. This will focus on how to implement the AI Act and the challenges and opportunities for the single market. And I'm pleased to inform, to let you know that the Commission services have very, very interested in that and have asked us to participate in one way or another in these processes. And don't hesitate to reach out to us if you want to learn more about what we do on this. At this stage, I want to conclude by expressing my deepest appreciation to everybody, to you who have been staying since 1:30, and for some of you earlier, it's nearly 6:30, so 5 hours. I think it's fantastic. It's great that you made it. I'm sorry at the beginning for the density of the air and the heat in the room, which was of course contributed with the activity, the brain activity, of course, everywhere. I want to thank also and really warmly my team, the CERRE academic organizing team, Anna Maria, Amaya, Annalisa, Marina, Gautam, for their relentless work on and behind the scene. So I would like that we give them a big hand, and the people in the audiovisual team also. And we have that, and then after we have a drink just outside. Thank you.